over. So I'm making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail and put your house up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you did and catch your ten. Hope you find the right man who feels it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? You change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine? Did you are dodging all the time? Are you still dizzy? Since I come home, well my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? So making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things and what you're doing. In my head I bring a picture. Since I'm coming home, well my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come over? So I'm making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie,
Tell me what you really like. Baby, I can take my time. We don't ever have to fight. Just take it step by step. I can see it in your eyes, 'cause they never tell me lies. I can feel that body shake and the heat between your legs. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run. I know what you've been through. Just a simple touch and it can set you free. We don't have to rush when you're alone with me. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, babe. I feel it coming. I feel it coming, babe. We were not the single type. Said, baby, this the perfect time. I'm just trying to get you high. Faded off this touch. You don't need a lonely night. So baby, I can make it right. You just gotta let me try to give you what you want. You've been scared of love and what it did to you. You don't have to run.
was wrong. See the lights lay out before us, and your arm felt nice wrapped around my shoulder. And I got a feeling that I belong. I got a feeling I could be someone, be someone, be someone. You get a fast car, we go cruising into Santa's house. You still ain't got a job, working on your case, you got girl. I know things will get better. You find work, you know, get promoted, but move out of a shelter. Buy a bigger house and live in the suburbs.
Don't think sorry's easily said. Don't try turning tables instead. You've taken lots of chances before, and I ain't gonna give any more. Don't ask me, that's how it goes. 'Cause part of me knows what you're thinking. Don't say words you're gonna regret. Don't let fire rush to your head. I've heard the accusations before, and I ain't gonna take any more. Believe me, the sun in your eyes makes some of the lies worth believing.
I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you right.
And I don't need to see anymore to know that I can read your mind.
Looking at you,
I can read your mind.
looking at you,
I can read your mind.
looking at you.
I can read your mind. Don't leave false illusions behind. Don't cry, I ain't changing my mind. So find another fool like before. 'Cause I ain't gonna live anymore. Believing some of the lies, while all of the signs are deceiving.
I am the eye in the sky, looking at you. I can read your mind. I am the maker of rules, dealing with fools. I can cheat you
try and pretend it's my feeling. We will win in the end, and I won't harm you or touch your defenses. Vanity and security. Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Going to take you apart. I will put us back together, all heart. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me.
gotta give me everything, baby, ain't no doubt. Give me 100, need you 100% now. Need you 100%. Need you 100%. I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you want it far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze. Keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? How deep is your love? How deep is
Përshëndetje. Faleminderit shumë që keni ardhur sot. Faleminderit që na keni nderuar me prezencën. Unë jam Blerta, përfaqësuese e Berk, shoqatës Berk. Shoqata Berk është një qendër kërkimore për përmirësimin e mjedisit të qëndrueshëm, e cila sot ka marrë një iniciativë jo aq të zakonshme për të organizuar ditën e energjisë qëndrueshme, e cila fatmirësisht është përkrahur nga java e energjisë qëndrueshme që po mbohet në Bruksel aktualisht. Dhe kjo konferencë sot do të transmetohet live edhe në linkun e javës së qëndrueshme dhe në portalin Build Up që është në Bruksel, në kuadër të Komisionit Evropian. Kur e nisëm si ide, faktikisht në bashkëpunim me Pik Ark, ishte një ide që ishte në zhvillim më sipër dhe kërkuam mbështetje, e cila nuk na mungoi, në asnjë minutë nuk na mungoi faktikisht, dhe për këtë jemi shumë falendërues.
We would like to thank initially the Faculty of Architecture, Mr. Armand Bokshi, the Society of Architecture, Miss Mylinda Pando. We would like to thank all the panelists that as soon as we sent the invitation, they responded positively to us. And normally, we would like to thank our two sponsors, which are Alumil and Saint-Gobain. Actually, the purpose of this day is to increase in another level the discussion around the sustainability and the energy. The energy actually is the main word of capital, the main word of all the discussion, professional ones and personal ones and family ones, and it will be during all the season in continuation. Knowing the problematics of this field, I believe that from this conference we will achieve to enhance discussions, professional ones, to enhance the professional discussions, which can continue later at similar events, and to receive some results, because knowing the target, which are very ambitious, not only for developing countries like Albania or Kosovo or the region countries, but even European countries, We don't have the commodity that even we as professionals to expect only from the state, from the government, but we have to undertake actions in order to have the possibility to react as soon as possible to the changes and developments of the latest ones. I don't want to go further and to take your time because we have exceptional panelists here. We have discussions, extreme discussions during the day. I'd like to invite Vasila Haidin from Pik Ark, and she will make a brief presentation. Hello, everybody. Thank you to all of you being here. Thank you for all of them which have supported this event. This is the first one, and we are convinced that we will have more in the future because we want to put the first brick to create an economy and a sustainable environment where we all live, and a sustainable one. Pik Ark has started as a platform, Pik Ark, to enhance the architecture done good, to enhance discussion in the professionals in this field. We are sure that through Berta we organized such events which they pick a very important subject as the current ones. In the building we are today, this is a building that it is innovative structure in technology, in the way of functioning. So it has an approach, a very modern approach, and I believe that we will implement everything we will speak today in the policy making, but even in the strategy of how to build, to go toward this direction of buildings. We are happy for all the participants. There are other persons following us, and we will use the technology to send our message. One of the persons that I would like to add is Professor Armand Bokshi, which will make a greeting remark. He is the Dean of the Architecture University. I would like to thank our sponsors, without whom it would not be possible to organize such an event. Professor, please give us a welcome and greet us, and then we will invite the panelists. Thank you, Professor. Hello, everybody. On behalf of the Faculty of Architecture and Urbanistics, I'd like to greet you. I'd like to thank you for this invitation, for this event that you are holding, organizing. We are speaking for sustainable cities in a crisis situation, and this is a good thing, actually. For the sustainable cities, we must not speak only when we have crisis, but we have to speak, to talk even in the further events. We can find out interesting subjects, but it looks like empty rhetoric if we speak about sustainable cities, when it is, the reality is not like this. It is a part of our life, of the way we live, and it seems like it is an element for few persons in this field, for few persons working in architecture and sustainable architecture, but actually it's not like this. It is a part of all architects and urbanists and of the policy of the government, because the policy makers must take decisions. It's for all the intellectuals, because they have to shine with their mentality, but even for the community, we have to increase the awareness and to show them that we must not go like we are working today. All the regions where Albanians live, we are a little bit backward with a series of elements that we have to put in our everyday life. And such panels, such events can increase the awareness of what we can do in our life in order to achieve, to face the crises that are coming in our horizon. I thank you, and I believe you will be satisfied. Thank you, Berg and Pik Ark, for all the other supporters and sponsors. Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you again to the Faculty of Architecture and all the supporters. Today, we have structured this day having 3 panels of discussion, and we'll start with an energy talk, and we have tried to choose professionals, but even practitioners of the sustainability in the today businesses. We will start with Martin Brown, that has honored, respected us, bringing a video from England. It is one of the professionals of this field, very active one, and it is called and it is known as the provocateur of sustainability because he managed to touch discussions, essential ones, which takes us further of sustainability. So he goes even to the level of regenerative development. For more details of his speech and for his messages, I invite you to follow this video.
Greetings, and many, many thanks for the opportunity to present the regenerative insights for your conference today. And many thanks to the organisers, particularly Blurta and Egla, for that invite. My name is Martin Brown. I'm a regenerative provocateur based here in Lancashire in the UK. And I'm helping organisations on their sustainability or regenerative journey from business as usual through to being more net positive. I'm also the Vice President of Living Future Europe, and I'll be talking about that in a moment. But with Living Future Europe, we're helping organisations across Europe on their regenerative journeys. I've been using this slide for a year or so now. It comes from a novel by Jesse Greengrass. And somehow, whilst we'd all been busy, whilst we'd be doing the things that we call life, the future slipped into the present. Yeah, the things that we thought were way into the future, into the next generation even, are happening here today. Some of us are reacting, some of us are not so as yet. But this is no surprise, is it? If we look at what's happened over the last 100, 120 years ago, through these warming stripes, where each stripe is the temperature of the average temperature for that year, we can see that the Earth was in balance until 30, 40 years ago, and it's really rocketed, escalated away from us, which is why we're seeing so many climate instances around the world. And it's the temperatures and it's the carbon. We've gone from 315 parts per million when I was born to the current of 421. And through the work of Restore, we try to phrase this within the eco-SIVA approach. The ego being we could take what we want, from nature, from the land, from the environment, from people, and just plow forward. Then we've moved into the eco phase, which probably lasts 30 or so years, earth-friendly actions, but the focus has been on reducing our impact. And that hasn't worked so well. And so we need a new era, a new paradigm, which we're calling SIVA, where we think and we design and we make as being part of nature, not apart from. So we're part of the living systems upon which we depend. And why hasn't that eco phase worked? If we look at the temperatures over the last 100 years or so again and push them forward with the science predictions from IPCC, etc., we can see what we have in stock for our future generations if we carry on as usual. And the white band there is the Brundtland definition from 1987, where we said that we were doing nothing today to compromise tomorrow's generations. Well, we're not quite doing that, are we? And so we need to turn this around so we can get those temperatures dropping from the high temperatures we see today. We can get the carbon dropping from 421 to 350 parts per million. But importantly, we can bring the Earth back into balance so the Earth is able to cope with the emissions and our lifestyles. But that's going to be one big task. If we look at what the IPCC and other scientists' documents are telling us, we really have to drop to net positive in terms of temperature, in terms of carbon, in terms of waste, by a period of 2030, 2050. But we have to achieve half of that in the next 5 to 7 years, a huge task. So we need a different way. We need to not drop the ego work we've done in the past, but build on that to move into a SIVA. And from the work of the Restore program, we express it in this way. We need to move from reducing impact through to being net positive, being positive good, from degenerative to regenerative, from 40% of the problem to 40% of the solution. And that makes what we do within the built environment around the world. Very, very interesting and challenging. And understandably, we have a big focus on carbon and energy at the moment. And I'm worried that maybe we do have a carbon tunnel vision, that we're focusing just down the lens to carbon. And we're forgetting about equality, we're forgetting about biodiversity, we may be forgetting about the toxicity of materials that we bring into our buildings. So I'd rather see us look at the wicked problems we have, decarbonisation, energy, health, biodiversity, water, equity, through programs such as the Living Building Challenge, which encourage us to look at place, how we relate to place, how we use water and energy, the health and happiness of our buildings, the materials we use, the equity of our buildings, and how our buildings inspire. Earlier this year, we produced a regenerative playbook as a guide, as a prompt to get people to start thinking and asking themselves questions. How can we move from degenerative to regenerative? And how can we dare to do things differently? And I'm encouraged and I'm positive. People ask me, how am I so positive? And I love this quote from Arundhati Roy, that another world is not only possible, but she is on her way. And on quiet days, I can hear her breathing. So let's dare to do things differently. Let's dare to ask different questions, questions that can lead to solutions and services and products that are better for human and planetary health. And let's not ask what we would like to do, but asking what our planet needs us to do, and then how we can support that. And regenerative thinking is not just what we do, it's how we act in the world where we love and live and work and play. It's something that we are. And then we finished the playbook with this wonderful picture and these wonderful words. And we had fun putting these together, so bear with me if I do read them. Through application of regenerative thinking, we have the opportunity to reverse climate and ecological collapses. We can ground our buildings and our products and our cities. We can enable our businesses to thrive and to co-evolve with the living systems upon which we depend. We can see human and natural health restored to healthy and flourishing and thriving states. We can witness the return of clean air, ecologically rich rivers, oceans, forests, and rewilded landscapes for us and future generations. And we finish the playbook, and I'll finish this by saying, what's not to like about this? Yeah, this future is in our grasp. Let's be positive and grasp it. So thank you for the opportunity to present a number of regenerative insights in the last 7 minutes or so. And I wish you well with your conference the rest of the day. I put some links here you might want to explore. The regenerative newsletter goes out on a regular basis, exploring some of the things I've mentioned. The regenerative playbook I mentioned, and Living Future Europe. Please do look at our website, get involved in some of our programs, like our masterclass, like our biophilic camps, but also the work of all the Restore over the last 4 years is embedded there. So I wish you well with the rest of your conference and look forward to seeing some of you soon. Thank you.
Pensa aí, chamou a mensagem. Aí, ok?
We have simultaneous translation. Every translation can use the headphones. Message, a very important message from Martin. We must not ask what we must do or what we want to do, but what the planet asks from us to do. So such a message will sound in our ears, in our mind. Let's start immediately with the first panel. We have the honor to invite the moderator of this panel, Miss Ornella Ciucci. She's a member of the board of Green Planet Fund. Green Planet Fund, an institution where we have all our eyes there, and Ornella will direct us there. Welcome. Please present the members of the panel, the first panel, by yourself.
Adesso riusciamo, ok?
Yes, now.
In fact,
I gjithë
Actually,
shekulli i
all
21
the
duket
21st
sikur
century
filloi
looks
edhe u
like
mbështet
started
fort
and was
në një tokë
supported
fjalësh,
at
zhvillimi i
a
qëndrueshëm.
couple of
Dhe tashmë
words,
gjithçka po flet për
sustainable
zhvillimin e qëndrueshëm.
development, and
Edhe
everything is
sa
speaking
herë
toward this.
që
And every
na
time
duhet të dëgjojmë
we have to
për
hear
politikën,
about
për zhvillimin,
policies,
për infrastrukturën,
development,
për ekonominë, për
infrastructure,
gjithçka,
economy, and etc.
përpara kësaj është
Before
vendosur ky
this,
tokë
there
fjalë
is
që
this
green,
couple
green,
of words,
green, green dhe digitalization
and
në kuadër të kësaj.
digitalization in
Edhe
the
gjithçka po
framework
bëhet
of this,
smart,
and
edhe jetët tona
everything
do
is becoming
të fillojnë
smart,
të bëhen
even our
shumë më
lives
smart se kaq.
to become more
Por për ta
smart.
parë këtë në kuadër
Looking at
të
the
këtij
framework
paneli,
of this
politika e
channel
qendrës
for
digitale dhe janë të
digital
shqiptare tashmë të gatshme për
policies,
të
and if
hapur
our
më
cities, the
transformues.
very cities are ready to
Do
take
të
this
në këtë panel
transforming
disa
step, we will
disa
invite in some
përfaqësues të rëndësishëm të
representatives,
njësive të
important ones from
qeverisë vendore në
the
Shqipëri,
local government
të
in
përfaqësimit
Albania,
të Bashkimit Evropian,
representatives of
të cilët
European
edhe të
Union,
ekspertizës të
and
rëndësishme të
some
këtij
persons
vendi
with
që ndodhet në
expertise
universitete,
being
të
in
cilët
the
na flasin
universities,
pikërisht për të
speaking to us
perspektivë sa
about
të
this
gatshëm jemi ne
perspective. How
që
ready
jetojmë në
are
këto
we
qytete dhe sa të gatshëm jemi
living in
qytetet
such kind of
ta me
cities?
presin këtë
How ready
transformim.
are the cities, our
Në këtë
cities,
mënyrë më lejoni
to
të
this
kemë
transformation?
Zonja Floreta Kapi, rezultin së kohë dhe ndryshme, dhe kanë në arkitekturës në ndryshme në të diskutojnë nga vëdhura e mënyrë, të ka marrë sinjali nga sektore
And we need a lot of support, and for this support and for these possibilities from this point of view that we must face the change. It's very important in the framework, in the support of the energy, sustainable energy week, which is this week in Europe,
Eventeve që organizohen
network
në
events,
këtë drejtim. Siç e thatë juve, fjala green, digital janë, si më thënë kryetar, kryefjala e çdo piknisje në politika, në
the policy,
jetën e përditshme, në
everyday
gjërat që bëjmë neve.
life of everything we do.
Në vitin 2019, Bashkimi Evropian ka lançuar atë që ne quajmë marrëveshjen e gjelbër ose Green Deal, që është një nismë politikash strategjike,
Political, strategical initiative with actions
të ndërlidhura me sektorë të ndryshme
of connected different sectors of the society. And the purpose, as you said, is to be neutral till 2050 to the change, as it was stressed in the previous presentation. The problems are the increase of the temperatures and how can we contribute in the global heating.
Green Deal
The Green Deal
një paketë
has a package of policies which are interconnected, and they include initiative for climate, environment, energy, transport, industry, agriculture, and sustainable finances in all the fields of life and economy, of general life.
kjo marrëveshje
This deal, which has started only in 2019, is followed by further initiatives or strategies in order to make it more fulfilled as an initiative and to put some legal frameworks or some action plans to influence this. I'll list only some because the number is great, and we will say then what we do and what is the connection with what we do in the everyday work. So we have the package feed for 55, which aims to make the ambitions, to turn this in law and bylaws. We have the European Law of Climate, which we aim to decrease the emission of the gases at least 55% till the 2030. We have the strategy of EU for the climate change adoption. We have the plans for the economy, clean energy and safe energy, digitalization and just transition, which is the fund that supports such initiatives. These are initiatives, as understood, most of them have been changed, and now they are obligation, mandatory for member states, and they have their own cost, but they have even the opportunities that comes with this. If you allow me to go in the plan, what we do, what happens in Albania, and you said that we have a partnership, but it was even previously a partnership. Since the Stabilization and Association Agreement coming in force, and it is a common road. We discuss in policies, in strategies, in implementation, and the implementation of these measures in this framework. We, as the EU delegation, being closer to the everyday work of Albania, and we follow the process of the reforms. We take care and we consult with the government in order for all the strategies in this sector to take in account and to harmonize measures or policies for law change that can bring us to the fulfillment of these aims, objectives, which has to do with the EU Green Deal, which are the resources of the finance of EU in Albania. They believe that EU gives grants for Albania, and most of them, these grants, they go for investments or priority projects, and there is a regional platform that aims for all the region to be assisted for the approach, for the membership. It's WPIF, it's called like this, or the Framework for Investment in the Western Balkans. In this framework, there is the European Commission representing the EU, with the funds of the EU and other institutions, financial institutions, and the member regional countries, countries of the region. It's a common work. If we see the aim and the plans that WBIF has for 21-26 are exactly the same subjects that we discuss and are connected with Green Deal. So if we list them, our transport, sustainable transport, what does it mean? Fast and often links, use of digital technology, green agenda, clean energy, environment, climate, digitalization, competition, and increase of human capitals. If I continue to speak about this, I can take all the time, but I don't want to take all the time. And but this is a big opportunity, and the biggest partner of this is the central government, with different departments, the line ministries, which plan and prioritize and make the proposals to this platform. What is connected with the municipalities is that they must be partners with the government in order that after these applications the municipalities to profit. It is a case we had even before. We have a case, maybe the mayor will speak, the deputy mayor will speak about this. It was an initiative, a proper one for the time, for the transport. The city transport, it has to do with the e-bus rapid transport, which is exactly a kind of initiative which is connected, and it's current, it's actual, and we can see this just to connect this as how to make a connection between WPF and the municipalities. It goes from the government, central government, but the municipalities can harmonize their plans of investment with the government, central government, and line ministries. Another source is IPA National, which gives the impact, assists the government to have progress in the approach of the law, investment, increase of capacities. Now, if we can see what we have planned and where we are oriented, where we have oriented our support. In 2019, we said that EU Green Deal came in force, well, what we are speaking, and then we believe that in 2021, we saw that in 2021 we launched the innovation program, circular economy program, EU Nature. As well, we have program for energy efficiency, and all these are connected, interconnected. The text is there, priority is there. We aim development, but without forgetting, neglecting all these elements which are current. For the municipalities, city halls, we have started a new era in the support from the EU. The municipalities are directly involved. They can make call for grants with different subjects, thematics. They start from the small one, but we go to the big one later. These are symbolics, yeah. For Tirana, these are symbolical ones, but not to forget that most of the municipalities, they have such needs, need for capacities. Tirana is so big for Albania, and we were discussing with Mrs. Adelina that Tirana has a special status for me. It's more than half of Albania and has other capacities, but Tirana has profited from the direct involvement, taking the credits, the loans, directly by EAPV, and we are partners still. Maybe you can see more the persons, the organizations that you see every day, but we are there with our funds for the funds by EU for the change. So we have different change, we have different calls for projects. The thematics of this is energy efficiency, environment, phenomena happening to eliminate such problems. It is in the identity of these calls. I would like to mention the program Municipalities for Europe, which are connected. They have made a network of offices in all the municipalities which are assisted for capacities, for action plans, but what is still important is that these plans must be harmonized in order to increase the profit and to be attached to the governmental, central government investments. I believe that an instrument that can be used is TAIEX is supporting the municipalities and other programs, cross-border cooperation, by which still we have profited. We have given grants in the same in synchronization with the thematics we are discussing about needs and priorities. I don't know if I covered all what I was thinking. Thank you very much. But still, if there are requests for information to be informed further, you can contact us, you can send us an email in the address of the delegation, and I will send you the responses. Thank you, and thank you for the EU delegation continually being in Tirana, being the biggest donor.
So Adrian mentioned some of the projects that already have started and will be established in Albania soon, but most of all is the clear guide for sustainable policies for Albania. On the other hand, beyond besides the policies and legislation transformation, we know the slogan, the motto that we have a very good legislation, but how much we can implement them. And one of the links, most important links in the implementation of this legislation from the EU, of course, are the municipalities and the local government units, and the biggest one in the country, Tirana, which is becoming even bigger every day. We have 30 new citizens in Tirana, and with such a big increase, but also in numbers, but also in quality. So we have to have a clear balance between the basic needs like roads, waste management, and sustainable development, and the famous words of climate change challenge, which on this framework, the Tirana municipality, how much it's adequate, how much it's coherent with all this legislation development of the EU, and how much can Tirana handle this influx. Hello everyone, thank you for the presentation. Indeed, we are always in a very healthy discussion here with EU delegations for the contribution in the green management. I think that many international organizations which are mainly interested and they have a clear vision of what is important in the future have taken into account. So 85% of the world citizenship will live in the urban areas. So all the concept that we think about government countries as countries is not about countries, but it's about urban areas or cities which produce a lot of pollution, the greatest pollution producer. So in this context, of course, the cities will have leadership in implementation in the green policies, not only the policies in a big screen, but the Albanian citizens, Tirana citizens, more than the administration, have shown flexibility and adaptation, a very good adaptation to accept if we think about pillars of the city, one is the sharing the common spaces, and how we go from one space to the others is the sport, and the third one is how do we respect the physical change of the city in harmony with the nature. So because we grow, we need more people, we need more space, we need more accommodation, etc. So Tirana is the city, the first or the third cities which have adopted the action plan of green cities. Is one of the three cities. We began this work in 2016, beginning of 2016, with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and our current action plan for green cities is a byproduct of urbanistic development plan. So it has all the elements of a sustainable development, which means the high intensity in more controlled territory. And since we are here, there was a main article in Washington Post 5 days ago that ironically was stating that the high intensity building, it's what it can save us from the climate change. Of course, maybe we are not comfortable with this declaration. Of course, people want to have their own space out of the city, but the infrastructure will be very intensified, very much loaded, and so we cannot use it just to live outside of the city. So all of these are steps that the municipality, not only the Tirana municipality, it has taken these steps. A very important element of of our action plan. For we have insisted that we take only actions which are under our authority. It's very beautiful. We speak about the rules, about the legal framework, about. We have a very clear legislation. What the point is, what is implemented for what we have committed, what we are promised to implement. It's only actions that are under our authority. What is made us kept us in line is that the infrastructure projects which are out of the Tirana authority, Tirana municipality authority, like rehabilitation of river, or there are some very big projects which needs outside financement, especially foreign investments, and most of them are green investors, like for example the European Bank of Investment. All of the interventions we did in the nature, in the river beds, there are projects where we did not intervene in the natural riverbed, but we rehabilitated both banks of the river in the natural flow of the stream so we don't put extra material, not sustainable material like concrete, etc. The code of construction, also based on the Albanian legislations, is fit to the energy efficiency, and of course we can do much more together, not only locally on the sustainable materials, to increase the percentage of constructions which are made with new technologies, taking into account the changes of the prices in the international market. How these new technologies, these new materials can adapt also in Albania and can be locally resourced. So we have been ready, we are ready for, of course, but this is not antibiotics that you take it and you feel good the next day. It's a very long process which requires everyone to be included, and I use this antibiotic example because this is a issue that we think of as a side issue, a secondary issue. The first is economic survival, development, how we can survive, how we can face the increase of the energy. So if we have a sickness, all our resources go to improve this illness, to recover from this illness. We did not see this from this viewpoint. The fact that we were living here in Tirana 20 years ago, there was rain in Tirana from October to April, but today we are talking about storms. Wherever we have a very big dry atmosphere, dry weather, so we talk about storms. So of course there's things we cannot control, but we should identify that this is an attitude which has touched most of us, all of us, and the one that would be the most prepared for this is the one who is understand this and put its resources where it's needed. So on the aspect of being ready, I think it's very underestimated. It underestimates all the work that has been done. It's not a matter of readiness. It's the matter of how aggressive we are towards what we is risking our lives and our. So the municipality has taken all the measures in continuation to face all this development that is essential, but also very quick. You said about the example of the antibiotics, but also the antibiotics need some days to act in the human body. So you can imagine about the changing mentality. It takes a lot of more time. This mentality that you think it has changed in the municipality, does it have a coherent linkage with the private sector, which is the one who is implementing all the practices and the local government units are taking to implement the legislation? For those of you who work or have been in a private sector, the sector private issue is the main driver is a benefit, having profit. The profit is driving the private sector. So the rules are set by the public institutions for the criteria that the local government has in power, the rules that it established. For the sake of truth, we have worked very good with the private sector. I will give the example of half voluntarily that happened with big companies which have a big a big number of cars, because the municipality have changed the cars from diesel or fuel cars to electric cars. Certain companies were not obliged to change their float into the electric cars. We didn't put such a condition to the companies, taxi companies or other companies, to change it within a time framework. But seeing the fact that you as an institution, you as a main institution, with a high visibility, contact with citizens, you have taken some measure. This is an example that you give at first hand beyond the rules. The rules will not save us from this, or the laws by itself. It's a matter of behavior, a matter of attitude, how we accept that we are in the same pool. It's not that something we like to think about the climate. It's not a hobby. It's not an optional. It's something that we should all work together with the rest of us. So do our part. We should be aware that when we ask something from the private sector, when we ask something from the citizens, we should be clear that the cost of it and the benefit of it because of this action, because this is how we talk with other people. When you explain to the people, to the children, the fact that you should learn at school, you should benefit something in the future. The fact that you should work, then you should benefit some money. So often we try to communicate in an arbitrary way, and we think this is the communication. But showing a goodwill from the good governance of public assets is the best way to communicate and to enforce the other entities and private sector to do its part. The green terraces we see that we did first in Tirana municipality, that all the constructors, builders wanted to ask us how to do it, because we want to do it as well, because it is something which is liked by the citizens. Of course, when we put the bicycle stops in our bike roads. This is a process that it's not forced, and you cannot just put into the face of the people. You need time to explain, to be clear and transparent. Thank you for all this explanation for the Albanian municipality, how it's working and cooperating with the business and the private sector. Let's go on to Durrës after the earthquake. It's after reconstruction projects. On the other hand, it's the Durrës of a big influx of tourists in the recent years. So as Ardian mentioned, some names and some words that for most of us seem understandable, like the program of development of local and public administration and the cross-border twin cities and networking that is supported by the delegation, but or Horizon 2020, which is a very big project, and it's a sea of endless sea that the Albanian administration has the possibility to explore, and all of these words which sometimes seems incomprehensible. How much Durrës municipality has the capacities to not only to understand them but to benefit of these programs and projects, because they. Hello everyone, my name is Florida Cartusha. I'm responsible for the unit of European integration. I'm a product of the project Europe for Municipalities for Europe. I'm not here by chance. I want to thank you in the name of the mayor of Durrës, Mayor Sako, which was possible for her to be present here. Indeed, Durrës municipality, with a new administrative reform, has about 350 square kilometers, and has a coastline of 62 kilometers. We have a very variety of assets, natural assets, which increase the responsibility to manage the territorial management. From the political aspect, I would like to mention that I want to say this because it's very important, starting with the latest approach that the municipality has. Indeed, In the framework of the policies which are very important, we can say that in comparison with GIS, we won the application to have a local plan for sustainable energy and climate. And one of the byproducts of this application is the promise in the convention of mayors associations for the green agenda. For green, for transportation, sustainable energy or climate. I hope that this promise will become reality, because these are our obligations to be turned into concrete results, and this we go into the implementation aspect, which needs much more regulations to be done in the collegial entity, which are the municipality council, and often the procedures of implementation of projects and the legal framework, it leads us to this difficulty, let's say, of political will. Indeed, Durrës municipality has, if we can call it, I cannot say enough, it's never enough, it has the capacities to manage the funds or to retrieve funds from the EU. When I say to receive funds, means not only to apply and win the project, but how able are we to manage the project for a certain project. A very positive example is a cross-border project called the Power with the Corporation Development Institute, which is a very important institute in Tirana. This project has a byproduct methodology for energy efficiency in all the port and harbors of Adriatic and Ionian Sea coastline. This is added value for the municipality of Durrës, even though it's only applicable for the port of Durrës, but it has the approach to, it can be implemented in other institutions, public institutions, and thanks to the abilities and the capacities of Durrës municipality, today luckily we have this methodology if we refer to the energy quest. If we refer to the transportation quest, even in this case, we have two positive experiences with two projects. One is being closed in Athens by the end of October, and the one is support projects from the cross-border Internet Meg 2014-2020, which was project focusing on two pilot projects. One was the elaboration of some sustainable movement in the town, in the city, and including increasing the bicycle courses, and these two projects have been taken as a successful case to be copied in another project, which is called Urban Transport, which is another project sustained by the EU. So increasing the bicycle ways is because it's making the connections between the connection under the Dailan bridge with the beach area and the city, which was missing to connect the two bicycle rides of the city, two parts of the city, and this was called in the case of the Urban Transport project, which is a project which has a capitalization of all the best projects regarding the transportation issues and mobility issues, especially in port cities. In Brussels, in May of this year, together with the mayor, we presented all the approach of Durrës municipality regarding the smart cities and what is our strategy and our plan for the future to be the smartest possible, and how much the citizens accept the smart concept to using an electric car or a bicycle, electric bike, because we have tendencies from the private sector, because it has failed because the mentality was missing there to accept this. So the challenge of this project to have continue sustainable, to be sustainable in the continuation in the future, to change the mentality of the citizens so they can be ready and willing to accept this new change. So in Durrës city we have 5, it's a modest number, but I will tell this to show the change. We have 5 electric cars and 3 stations for recharging them, electric cars. Indeed, in the new call of Aeromed, which is a new program, the new approach of EU, we have project proposals which have been called to us for a partnership. A lot of calls which are related to cases of mobility and transportation. I lobbied strongly that these projects not only remain just plans and methodology, but we can have a shuttle bus in the historical city, electric shuttle bus, for example, to follow the tourists can have the possibilities through this shuttle, smaller, they can have touristic guides, smarter touristic guides, if we refer to the terminology of the latest terminology of European Union. Also, the other aspect now, we talked about the energy and transport, it's also the environment. I'm very happy that not more than 2 days ago we received the award from the best practice from the strong municipality association for the project of waste management. I want to thank the foreign donors that have supported us and are supporting us very strongly. Is regarding the issues of digitalizations of all many services which are related to the green services, where I want to thank the World Bank because we have been cooperating with increasing the bicycle lines in the city, but also improving the transportation, urban transportation service, because regarding the urban transportation, we are a bit behind regarding digitalization. So I hope with the cooperation of World Bank and IFC, we can have a substantial investment to improve the urban transportation. As it was mentioned from Orenera, because we came from a situation of a post-earthquake or a post-traumatic, because we still see these traces of earthquake. Thanks to the support of the government, we are being recovering to be where we should be. It has a big potential, touristic potential, economic potential, and natural potential. All the new buildings, without exceptions, have implemented the law on energy efficiency, and for us this is a step forward, because we have now the possibility to catch up, not only have on paper the legislation, but we have practical cases when we can have positive example of energy efficiency. We want to thank the European Union delegations, the GIZ and other donors who are supporting more and more to have a green agenda, to implement it, and which is can be in the levels of European levels, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Floretta. In the same framework, Catalina, we heard two of the greatest, biggest cities, municipalities in Albania, which not only, it is not that they have any complaint for their capacities or the projects they receive, but what about the other municipalities, the smaller ones, the small one, because these 30 inhabitants coming in Tirana every day, they live in another city or a village. Are there capacities in the small municipalities to make it possible to receive these funds? Is it possible for small municipalities? Thank you for the invitation. Actually, it's very good for me to speak after the Tirana and Durrës municipality, because we discussed earlier that we as a society, we have raised our voice and articulated the Tirana municipality must be treated with a special law, because the Tirana municipality can not have the same specifics with us. And we use the municipality of Tirana for trainings, qualifications, or expertise. We speak today for an issue which is a global priority, the green agenda, efficiency of energy, sustainable energy. They go to the global priorities and automatically include even our country, and this is mirrored even in the regulatory framework. We have the bylaws, we have the legislation, as the Durrës representative spoke, for new buildings, which is mandatory for the new constructions, for the energy. We have a national agency for energy efficiency. We have a national plan toward the sustainable energy and efficiency of energy, and all these automatically are include even the local government. It was mentioned earlier that 70% of acquis communautaire is implemented in local level. The laws are central, but the implementation goes in a local level. Having a national plan for the efficiency of energy, we have local plans, but these plans are integrated to general development plans. Now the municipalities they have different specifics and something that brings an alarm somewhere else it's not alarming and maybe another part feels easy in this part. Let's in permitting, let's say, we feel comfortable with the environment. I'd like to stress the increased attention from the leadership in this direction. And if we see, we have representative from the delegation, the lobbying in the leadership level to assist the municipalities for their innovative ideas, to support them with financial support, because this is very much needed. To return to your question about the capacities, of course, we increase this issue that it is a need, a rush to increase the capacities in the municipalities, especially to the direction of preparing the projects and implementing the projects, because we are in the phase of opening the negotiations with the EU, and the space to access funds by EU is greater now. And in the same time, the application by municipalities for different projects of the European Union, it takes us to the increase of our capacities. There is a directorate in every municipality for the sustainable development and the projects. Here we have some missing points. We don't speak about the municipality of Tirana, but for the other level, the small municipalities like Elbasani, Durrës is a big one, Vlora, Kocha, these are big, and they have shifted with their capacities, even without partnership with civil society, to make profit by the funds of the EU for the green energy, cross-border, IPA, with different projects. And we had cases like Durrës municipality or Elbasan, Kocha. They are even leaders in partnership with other countries. We have, by the other hand, medium and small municipalities. They don't have the human capacities to prepare the projects and to implement. Although we have some cases from the cross-border, but I can mention some municipalities, but I don't want to mention all of them because maybe I can miss one municipality. And but we had even cases from other municipalities having no project profit at all. Now, as a society, we have spoken to the companies, to the societies, to the organizations to have projects being in the phase of application with the funds of EU, and we had other projects, other calls where the municipalities were the profitable ones, and they increased even the capacities within the municipalities. One of the suggestions we had, beside the assistance that we give to the municipalities, is the partnership with the civil society. If we don't have enough capacities for drafting the projects, for writing the projects, in fact, we are in the initial phase, and in this phase, you can make a partnership with civil society, which is contracted exactly for this aim, for the lack of human resources. So we can assist the human resources of the municipalities and within the municipalities. It's we as a society are part of the convention of the mayors of the Western Balkans. And being part of this, one of the aims we have is the development of capacities in this direction, regional cooperation in this direction, and we have managed to accomplish regional trainings and preparation, drafting of regional network, including Durrës municipality, GIZ, and they have achieved, and we have assisted, and we have assisted small municipalities with projects to the energy efficiency. Financed by GIZ, we have 5 plans. We have drafted 5 plans for the urban commodity and the mobility, the urban mobility with 5 municipalities, and we finalized this in the European week. We accomplished 5 successful plans, and these experiences we are trying to distribute to other municipalities. And this week was organized by all the municipalities. It is very important, the increase of awareness, sensibilization, and the municipalities are working toward this, to the increase of awareness to the community for the use of bicycles. The slogan of Tirana municipality, when I was with the car, I saw it was huge traffic, heavy traffic, and I saw a slogan saying, if you have a bicycle, you can arrive earlier. So I was very impressed by this slogan of the Tirana municipality, which gave me immediately the impact. Here is the solution. If you have a bicycle, you can arrive earlier. So there are different methods used by the municipality to increase the awareness of the public. So first, if you want to have results, you have to make a member, you have to make a partner, the inhabitant. The municipality gives its example, but the inhabitant, the citizen, must be part by increasing their awareness. Me, in my beginning, I was a teacher, and I believe that I have a student of mine here, and it's a pleasure when you see how your students are going forward. I believe that these elements must go since the kindergarten, and we are starting this separation since the kindergarten. We are trying to educate the parent through the children, through the child. If you educate the child, immediately you have educated all the family. I would like to thank you without taking a lot of your precious time. I make a call to increase the capacity, to assist the municipalities toward the increasing the capacities, but even to support them financially, especially the smaller municipalities. Thank you. Thank you very much, Adelina. You were right saying that it is important to make part members, the citizens, and I would like to ask one of the citizens with opinion and expert opinion. How member do you feel of the decision making? The best expertise, it is within the universities and the academics. How do you feel a member, a partner? And the other question, which has challenged me all these years professionally as well, is there a need to develop the capacities within the employment, within the company, or we can increase the capacities in the rooms of the universities? And then the professor has, we can make it interactive together with my presentation, because I have even a presentation, and I'm an architect, and I'd like to show with images, with pictures, what I want to say. It's very important to speak about the inhabitants. 70% live in difficult energy situation or energy poverty. They use blankets to warm themselves. Speaking about this, we speak about futuristic, but 70% of the Albanians, they have energetic problems, poverty. They bring death rates, big problematics, and we as urbanist architects, we have an essential role to decrease this problem in the building and in the city level. We as architects, what is our role? To design projects in order to have a good impact and to decrease the problematics of the inhabitants. This presentation is based taking into account the local climate. If you take a German project and implement it in Albania, it's not worthy, because the climate in Albania is different. We are Mediterraneans. We cannot make a copy-paste from the other models of the others. We have to make a calibration
Se calibrim nuk ndodh,
if the,
ka problem.
to the Albanian situation.
Njerëz që jetojnë aty.
The persons that live there,
Është moshe 3,
it's a kid, it's a
janë banor,
third generation, third age, are these sportsmen? If the temperature goes over 38 degrees within the home, there are problems with the heart and the death rate is increased. And we as architects, we play an essential role to have schemes, alternatives, very good ones, to decrease, to face this problem. Let's see the case.
Shumë problematike.
The buildings are very problematic. With the master students, we have made some trials for Tirana and have compared this with parts
Neve morëm
near Albania.
morfologji urbane,
So we took urban morphology, hypothetical
se
one,
këto aplikoheshe
and this, if this was applied in Tirana, what is the morphology, the most suitable in order for the inhabitant to have a better comfort when he walks?
ecën një ambient që
You walk in a territory being very hot, you use the umbrella, but the death rate is increased. We, as urbanists, must see the way,
shtatshme për klimën e Shqipërisë.
the morphology for the climate of Albania. You cannot make a copy-paste from Germany, as an example. What we do? We took a scheme, a cluster, with the squares. These are buildings, 20 stories, 20 floors.
Ç'është kjo formë morfologjike? Çfarë
But
ndodh?
if we had another morphological form, if we had this alternative, what it would happen? And what if it was this one?
Courtyards me kopshte të brendshme.
With courtyards inside gardens, and the results are different.
Si arkitekt do të kemi
So we must have a lot of guiding instruments when we make the project. Some specific, which is the most suitable to design.
Kjo është mixed use që kemi
This is a mixed use. We have a complexity. We design morphologically, and we saw that these
temperatura të
have different temperatures.
kujdes rezultate.
Look carefully at the results.
Në rast ku kemi me
We took the case when we have different height of the buildings when they have empty spaces within. And this building, we made the comparison between each of them. So we have these scenarios designed. The results show that the temperatures of the city are different. And with these temperatures, we see these, and we see where is the biggest problem in the city, if it is more suitable to have this or that urban morphology. And this has an impact to the inhabitant living there. If you live in this space, you spend less space for lighting, for energy, which means you save money from your pocket for the consumers. This is a real problem. By the end, the energy is 800 kilowatt, which we have to resist, and it's very difficult to reach the new limit set by our government. When we don't have any thermoisolation, the urban morphology is not taught. Personally, I believe that
Dhe tu kemi një rast konkret,
the use of energy will go much more than 800 kilowatt hour.
shikoni si ndryshon temperatura.
Look how the temperature change in a certain space. The temperature, they vary in
Tu shikojmë skenaret.
big tolerance. The scenario with the courtyard closed one is very suitable for our case. Much more than building with blocks or different elements, vertical, horizontal, according to the studies, taking in consideration one indicator, the humidity, the temperature, the wind, the speed, ventilation, the suitable, almost suitable is with the inside gardens, and varies with mixed use,
Atëherë vazhdo me format që neve
and then we continue with other forms. So we suggest not to have this kind of typology, because this is a problem for the temperature.
automatikisht
And automatically, this has the impact
komforti aty urban
of the comfort of life to this
në xhepat të qytetarëve.
inhabitant and to bigger consumption from the citizens.
Me ngjyra të ndryshme
With different colors, we have presented what is more suitable for Tirana,
dhe ngjyrat më gri ato që
and the
janë
gray are not suitable. The red one are the better color for the Mediterranean climate that we are in Albania.
ne dizenjojmë shumë shkolla të
We
ndryshme.
design a lot of schools, and we took the example of the schools. We must have a good design, but what is the climate suitable? What is the morphology for the climate of Albania? We compared Zagreb, Sarajevo, Tirana, and Greece. We have 4 climates.
është më përshtatshme
Which is the most suitable climate? The results are very interesting. This typology
janë të arkitekturës, janë
are 8 typologies from architecture. What exists now in the architecture as samples is typology,
që rezultatet janë
and we saw that the results were very different. For Tirana, the most suitable typology is this volume, oriented to the south, straight one, and the other problematics are this with we have seen schools covered with a terrace. This good for Germany, but not for Albania. That's why we have to design this with climate,
duke përdorur standarde
using clear standards.
konsumon me pak energji,
Then we consume less energy. You have a better comfort, thermal comfort, not to use the machines, the air condition to warm and to cool, which now we have a bigger problematic. Here we have comparison between Athens, Zagreb, Sarajevo, and Tirana, and we see which typology is more suitable for each climate, and these are different.
kjo është
It means this is a message that we have to design.
kushtet e vendit. Pra s'mund të marrim copy paste projekte të gatshme.
The design must be done according to the climate. So we must not take copy paste. We have to model, to calibrate according to the situation. You see different colors. This typology is suitable for all, and this other is suitable, but the others they change depending to the climate. We saw trials and studies to the use of the land
Shumë i rëndësishëm termoizolues.
as a very important element. We have tunnels. The tunnels can be used for pharmacies, for
Ku temperatura është shumë konstante.
medicines to be kept stored in the constant temperature. Yes, we can use the land, the earth as an isolation material. It helps to the decrease of consume. We have made some studies for agriculture.
Stabile që mos të prishet.
Let's say about tomato, potato, in which temperature can we store them? It's not only for the city, but it's even for the agriculture, for the pharmacies, medicaments, to decrease the consumption of energy, because the situation now is an alarming one, especially for the inhabitants of Tirana, where 70% of them, according to my studies, they suffer by energy poverty. And my grandmother used to say, use the blanket to cover yourself, because the temperature of the body cannot be achieved. We must not use blankets, but by passive methods to decrease this problem. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Looking at this point of view, thank you very much even for the presentation with pictures, images. But actually, me, in not even a structure that I saw, I didn't see the city I live today, unfortunately. It would be great to be modeled in such a way. In our city, there is much more need of what you presented. How the experts are listened. We have a cooperation, but actually we have to deepen this in the labs that they have time to study, to process, because I believe that the industry and the municipality, they don't have the capacity, the full capacities to make these studies. I believe there should be a connection with the academy. It will be sustainable. It will be very important, essential, because we have experts. And we can take this and inputs. In Austria, where I have lived, when they make competition, there is an energy expert which evaluates by points even him who is going to receive a project. Otherwise, there are problems for modeling for the project. The standards are not fixed. They have to evolve, but not to be copied, copy-paste. They have to be calibrated. Our climate. Albania, Egypt, Italy, we are Mediterranean. That's why these values, we put the value U for thermics. These are general for Germany. For us, we need ventilation, natural ventilation to refresh the building. We come from the same part. In us, we have transparency, we have spaces between the buildings, they are open, they have corridors. We have to use this. I have seen that if you use these methods, you decrease the consumption of the inhabitants, which have economical problems, which are 70% of us. So you decrease the consumption of the energy by 70%. It's not a small figure, especially today when the limit set by the government will be 800 kilowatt hour. Because it is even a human right to have the normal temperature. I don't want my grandfather to die from high temperature or low temperature. And 1 or 2 hours to use the thermal is not enough for us. And we have an essential role and to give the guidelines and messages, clear messages that yes, this is important. Thank you very much, Professor. And speaking that 800 kilowatt hour will not enter in force in October because it just came in the news now. We hope that we will be more comfortable and smart cities, green cities and digital cities, hoping that all of us will go toward a smart community, towards smart cities. I hope that everybody of you have received a taste of what is and how we will prepare ourselves to live in such cities. Thank you. Thank you to all the participants. Apologizing for taking 7-8 minutes by the coffee break. There is a coffee break now for all of us. Thank you very much.
Darkest hour, you're my savior whenever. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. My turn to ignore ya. Don't say it didn't warn ya. All the good girls go to hell, 'cause even God ourselves has enemies and wants the world as us to rise and heaven's out of sight. She wants the devil on her team. My Lucifer is lonely. My Lucifer is lonely. Look at you, needing me. You know I'm not your friend without some greenery. Walking wearing feathers, Peter should know better. You cover up, it's caving in. Man is such a fool, where are we saving him? Poisoning themselves, now beginning for help. Wow, he's burned in California. My turn to ignore ya. Don't say I didn't warn ya. All the good girls go to hell, 'cause even God herself has enemies and wants the water stars to rise and heaven's out of sight. She wants the devil on her team. My Lucifer is lonely. There's nothing left to say now. My God is gonna own me. There's nothing left to say now. conceit. As a man, he's complete, my creme de la creme. Please take me home. He wears the finest clothes, the best designers, heaven knows. Ooh, from his head down to his toes. Halston, Gucci, Fiorucci. He looks like a steal. That man is dressed to kill. He's the greatest dancer, wow, that I've ever seen. He's the greatest dancer, wow. He's the greatest dancer, that I've ever seen. He's the greatest dancer. He's the greatest dancer, that I've ever seen. Sometimes I feel I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away from the pain you drive into the hurt of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my light. For I just and turn, I can sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away. You don't really want any more from me to make things right. You need someone to hold you tight, and you think love is to pray. But I'm sorry, I don't pray that way. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Don't touch me, please. I cannot stand the way you tease. I love you, but you hurt me so. Now I'm going to pack my things and go. Once I ran to
easy, take my tears. And that's not nearly all. Tasted love.
Well, I've been waiting here so long, but thinking nothing could go wrong. And now I know he has a built-in ability to take everything he sees. And now it seems I'm falling for him. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. He reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. It takes control and slowly tears you apart. I don't really know him, I only know his name. Once he crawls under your skin, you're never quite the same. And now I know he's got something you just can't trust. It's something mysterious. And now it seems I'm falling for him. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. He reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. It takes control and slowly tears you apart. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. He reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. It takes control and slowly tears you apart. He don't like losing. To him it's still a game. And though he will mess up your life, you want him just the same. And now I know he has a built-in ability to take everything he sees. And now it seems I'm falling for him. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. He reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. He seems to have an invisible touch, yeah. It takes control and slowly tears you apart. Let's start in style, let's dance for a while. Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drum the bomb or not? Let us die young, or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Digging in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the segment. Can you imagine when this race is won?
Faleminderit edhe një herë që jeni të pranishëm edhe të
Thank you again for all of you participating at our discussion for solving the sustainability. In the Energy Talk second session, we have a direct connection online with Professor Holger Walbaum from University Chalmers in Sweden. He is one of the professors most strong one, most successful one in sustainability, and he will speak about digitalization in the sector of construction. Construction 4.0 is one of the concepts, essential concepts that supports this field, and the professor will present us now in the Zoom. He is waiting for us. Hello, Professor.
Thank you, Tiana. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, here we are.
I wonder if you can hear me. Can you
I don't
just...
hear you, just a moment, please.
Does it work now? Can you hear me?
Great, yes. Thank you for this day. Thank you for your presentation in advance.
Just let me know when you hear me.
Yes, yes, we do hear you very well.
Okay, good. Great. Then I hope you see the presentation as well in full screen. Good morning to everybody. It's a great privilege and honor to be with you today with the Sustainable Energy Days 2020 in Albania. So what I would like to talk is very briefly as an input to the panel discussion about Construction 4.0, as it has been mentioned earlier. So the importance of the built-in, we don't see the full screen, sorry. Now I hope you see it. Yes, okay. Good. So the importance of the built environment has already been mentioned in other sessions today. Buildings are responsible for roughly 40% of the total energy consumption in the European Commission and 36% of the CO2 emissions. What we have to be aware of is that at least half of the buildings that we are going to see in the built environment in 2050 will have already been built before 1975. And it's also very important to know that we in recent years have seen that the energy consumption, the final energy consumption, has still increased. And we heard earlier as well about indoor thermal comfort, and what we see, and I will get back to it a little bit later, that we very often are unable to afford proper indoor thermal comfort. Nevertheless, we are spending 90% of our days and in a lifetime indoors. So we really have to go into the direction. And one of the hope is obviously that digitalization will help us. Digital tools, digital devices have entered our homes, our workplaces, all over the world. Plenty of these devices might be very familiar with you, that you have them at home as well. What we do see coming is that digitalization in the built environment, in our homes, will grow and become more important. What we see are the so-called energy systems, smart energy systems. This is a project that is currently ongoing and funded by the ERANET project, which is called iGreta. And the idea is really to test how smart devices, technologies can be used to build smarter neighborhoods. So we are going from the single building scale up to the multi-building scale, where entire neighborhoods up to the city level become more and more connected. And we as building users, building owners, also producing energy and provide the energy to the grid, which is called prosumers, that we are not only consuming, but also producing energy. This is rather advanced, especially in urbanized areas for new construction. At the same time, we also have to be aware, and I mentioned it earlier, that a lot of existing buildings, this is one of our major challenges that we have to deal with, how to bring down the energy consumption of the existing building stock. And also here, digitalization has a huge potential if we are going from the single building scale up to the neighborhood scale, up to the city scale, and work with the feed-in renewable energy opportunities, that we are reducing energy demands as well by smart building materials, smart construction renovation practices to bring down the higher energy consumption for heating, here especially heating, sometimes cooling for you as well, down to a more moderate level to help us to achieve our energy and climate goals. The role of Industry 4.0 in this environment that I just showed to you. So what we are facing and what needs to happen is that the construction industry, the digitalization needs to happen of all processes involved in construction across all construction phases. And here we are talking from the planning phases to the construction phase, the maintenance phase, up to the end of life phase of our buildings. And the realization of the 4.0 concept is rather difficult in the construction industry, since our industry is very strongly depending on labor, and it's rather complex because it is very individualized. So we have many small stakeholders over the entire value chain that are engaged. Where are we today? And this is a figure from 2015 from McKinsey, and what you can see is the sector that we are talking about today here is the construction sector. And the construction sector is one of the poorest developed and digitalized sectors among all sectors in our society. We are a little bit above agriculture and hunting, but this is the current state. So there is still a lot of room for improvement. What you do see is here, and this is what is happening, that we are entering from a drawing level on our boards up to the 3D, 4D, 5D, and 6D building information modeling systems. And this means that we are going over animation, that we are adding the time perspective, the cost perspective, entering a life cycle management perspective, taking into consideration all life cycle phases of a building or an infrastructure. Nevertheless, what we have to acknowledge is that we made some progress in regard to reduce the energy consumption of the existing building stock, at least in some parts of the European Union. We have, to a certain extent, succeeded to reduce the carbon emissions of our energy supplying systems. But there is still a kind of blind spot, which is the building materials that we are using, which are responsible for 11% of the carbon emissions in our sector. What is important, nevertheless, that we are talking on a global scale about a huge challenge with the new construction as well. We expect between now and 2060 that we approximately need to build 230 billion square meters of new construction worldwide. And this is that we are going to double the number of buildings we currently have on the planet over the next 4 decades. And to give you an idea what we are talking about, I think this is rather striking, that we are building the equivalent of an entire New York City every month for the next 40 years. So besides the challenge with the existing building stock, we have to use digitalization also for new construction, because there is no chance that we continue to build like we have done in the last 100 years, because this is very unsustainable. So in this regard, digital tools might help us to reduce environmental impacts, reduce life cycle costs, and make buildings also more affordable and more comfortable. This is an animation of a rather old work that one of my colleagues have done here. This is 12 years old, where we just see the opportunities with a problem solver, an automatization algorithm to reduce the operational greenhouse gas emissions and the embodied greenhouse gas emissions by adding insulation on the wall, on the ceilings and the roof, and to see where the optimum would be in terms of. And this has been developed further. This is an image that I used from our colleagues at ETH in Zurich, where they're looking into life cycle assessment for digital fabrication. And this is very much advanced with structures that are material-wise optimized. So they have all the mechanical strengths, but lower environmental impacts. And you see how this is calculated and what this would mean for this kind of system as well. So you see how this is, oh, sorry, this was too fast. This was not what I wanted to do. This is, here you can see roughly how this develops. So we have an opportunity to change these systems, to change the wall structures, and we do see it as well. There are more advanced tools nowadays used in especially in the planning stages, where we can use these kind of buildings where we change this in real life. We change different wall constructions. We also can add insulation, as you can see. We see in real time what is the primary energy consumption, what is the greenhouse gas emissions of these efforts. And this can also be combined with cost assessments. We can extend buildings as well, add another floor, turn it around a little bit, place it to take into consideration also solar gains from different directions. So this is already happening on a building scale, and this is available. What is happening also right now, and I mentioned the neighborhood level as well earlier, that digitalization is also used for city planning, neighborhood planning, that we have the opportunity with virtual reality and artificial intelligence, place buildings and give users, participants also an opportunity to engage and make, for instance, some notes on some areas. Photos can be saved, as you can see here on the slide. We are testing this in a larger neighborhood right now, here close to Gothenburg in the western part of Sweden. And this is rather advanced, and we do foresee that these kind of planning tools will be used much more in the future. Here you see one of our students in our laboratories here, how they are working with these kind of devices and do really experiment how to plan it. In the background, you see the neighborhood where she is walking around and looking into the new development. So what we also do foresee is that artificial intelligence will enter the construction industry more and more. We are already having e-driven autonomous cars on construction sites. We do see that Komatsu, for instance, is using drones for optimizing construction processes, also for purposes of security and safety, where they really have an image detection and overview where all the different construction materials are. This is going to happen. And the big players entering also the construction industry, and this is very often forgotten, are not only the typical construction industry companies, it's also other giants coming from different fields and sectors entering the construction industry. And these major giants are already producing cars, and they are also have a huge interest into construction activities, because if we are talking about smart neighborhoods, smart cities, it's all about data, and they have the forces, they have the power and the resources to enter these environments, and they see huge business there. But we have to take into consideration, and I'm closely finishing up my presentation, that we have to be very careful. What I have shown to you right now is especially a development that is happening in urbanized areas, and especially also in areas where a lot of money is to be gained. On European and especially on a global level, we have a huge diversity of affordability, of life comfort in the different parts of the world, and many people are unable to pay utility bills on time. And this is a figure from 2018, and obviously after the war that has been now started in Ukraine, the numbers become even worse. So more people are really suffering about high energy prices and are not able to afford this. So what we have to take into consideration is nice to talk about the advantages, and there are huge advantages, benefits, potential benefits from digitalization in the construction sector. But at the same time, we have to take into consideration that our countries are very diverse. Our population is very diverse, and we always have to take the social economic situations into consideration. Affordability is one of the key words that we looked also in the report here, Housing 2030, that we had an opportunity to write together on behalf of Housing Europe, UN Habitat, and UNECE, presented at COP in Glasgow as well, where we're looking into policies, how to steer effective policies for affordable housing that are decarbonated until 2030. So I just would like to emphasize the importance of affordability, and also to the huge heterogeneity of the construction sector, and that we should not forget about the economic capabilities of the people. So as you have seen, we have a lot of opportunities, we have a lot of technologies, many progress has already been made. Nevertheless, and what is important, and this has already been mentioned by Einstein, nevertheless, why are we failing to make really a more sustainable living possible in our cities and in our countries? What Einstein has said, it's very simple, dear friend. The reason is that politics is harder than physics, and this is really true. So what we have to do is to bring different stakeholders to the board and really call for the politicians to take responsibility, and also provide us with the frameworks that made it possible to get a sustainable living in our cities. Thank you very much for your attention.
I don't know if we still have Professor Wolbom connection. Okay, do you hear me? Mikrofonin të Zoomit, lutem, se s'po arrime po. Dy tre informacionet të cilat I diskutuam në kuadër të javës së qëndrueshmërisë së energjisë në Bruxelles bashkë me profesorin, dhe është çështja e
Some major issues of energy in Brussels last week when we were in the conference. So it's a shortage of of working positions, workforce, especially in the construction business, young people who are not interested in this field. So we address the same issue, how we can connect and increase the interest, including the digitalization process in this industry. When we are talking about digitalizations, we have an extraordinary panel. A professor said that politics is much more difficult than physics. So in this case, we have the possibility to face these two sides with each other, the politics and the academics. So let's invite first the moderator of this panel, Mr. Distan Musoli from Digit Sapiens. So, and he will present us his panel, which we are very happy to have them here. Otherwise, I received some information that in the meantime we have another conference for waste management and circular economy, which is for us very important information because it shows that we are discussing these subjects among us. So the word is for you, floor is for you, Mr. Dritan. Thank you, Bleta. Thanks to all the participants. You have done a wonderful job by deciding to have this conference in Tirana. Of course, Tirana is attached to the trends of the cities, international cities, which are implementing projects and want to be in the same rhythm with the worldwide projects regarding sustainable energy. And these following subjects, the panel of today and the presentation of the professor was focused at the end of the day, was focused on the digitalization. So he went on our territory, but we will not repeat what he said, but we will try to have a short talk with the panelists, which I'm very happy and privileged to have to moderate them today. So I would start with present them one by one. The first guest is from Pristina, is Donjeta Saciu, is the vice mayor of Pristina commune, Pristina municipality. So please find your seat. Professor Armand Vokshi is the dean of Faculty of Architecture at the Polytechnic University of Tirana. A very important institution of capacity building in the country, while either in architecture but also in digitalizations. In our companies, we hire hundreds of people from the University represented by Mr. Armand. We have Mrs. Anissa Tartiani, who is the General Director of Albanian Posts. Professor Majlinda Baci-Aivazi, Director of Center for Energy and Sustainability from the University of Pristina. The Cluster of Politics and the representative of State and Academics. So let us conclude with Mrs. Adelaida Mehmeti, the representative for Community Business. She is representing the company called ESG company. Welcome, Adelaida. I will begin with the same structure as we presented to each other, Donjeta. So can you talk about the actual position of Pristina municipality regarding the projects or the international trending from the perspective of implementing and realizing the goals or the agenda of Pristina municipality regarding the sustainability, especially energy sustainability. Of course, thank you very much, Dritan. Thanks to all of you who are present here. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. For me, even because of my professional background, 6 or 7 months I'm in politics. Before that, I was connected to what is my passion, which is digitalization. You have best regards from Pristina, where it's a bit not a bit behind the new. But thank you for your invitation as well. So let's come back to the questions. of course, in my speech today, everyday speech in the departments I lead and I'm responsible of, I'm very close to the digital agenda. I've been working about 12 years in the ICT sector. I've led a company, former tech CEO. With my team there, I faced with the solutions which are needed to the institutions and organisms to improve their approach towards problems they are faced with, challenges with. You had a quota before in your presentation of the professor, where you mentioned that politics are more difficult than physics, and I can say that it's true. I don't think it's true, actually. It's correct. It is perceived as such a process, but I think with the new generations and with the changes which are happening in the world, we are challenging the profile, the persons, what does it mean to be a politician? Especially in the green agenda, where you should have a very pragmatic approach. Besides understanding the solutions which are available in the industry or in the market, you should create the process within the institutions so they can be implemented and also smart, measurable. So in Pristina we have entered with co-governance only for the aim of green agenda and digital agenda. We entered in co-governance. We are working in Pristina with public enlightening of the city, so we can turn it into a compatible energy with a smart energy. So we use LED lights in 80% of the city. We have already done it, so that it can be ready for other investments of technology. This energy is coming from the corporation or from it is from the corporation, but some of them is going to renewable energy, keeping in mind the 2 or 3 projects which we are applying, and sure, in comparison with the sector, I'm very happy that we have a representative from the market, from the private sector, from the business, because in Pristina, we have a community, a very energetic community, like people, citizens. I'm very proud of them, because we don't need to import solutions, smart cities, green cities, climate cities solutions from other countries, because we can find them in Kosovo as well. Do we have concrete examples or cases when a company has offered solutions, such solutions? Of course, yes, we have such. We are working with waste management, with waste, so we can turn them into smart waste management by putting a sensor in the containers, but also in the trucks which are collecting the waste, so that we could know when the container is full, with what kind of waste it is filled with. So this was a kit what was done by a local company. Yes, from a local company. We have another local company which we have a noise, acoustic noise, pollution. We have a local company which invented an item that can be put in close to the companies which make noise, which cause the pollution. We send them messages, automatic messages, for when they exceed their noise level, but also we have a database. We produce data for the level of noise pollution and the penalty that they will take. We don't have to send an inspector there physically, but the system will generate the legal basis, and will generate a penalty, and it will be sent by post or by email to the business. So we are going through a process of automatizations process. Thank you very much. Donjeta. Let's go back. It's a very interesting subject. So where the local companies offering solutions besides the international solution. Professor Armand, you represent one of the more emblematic institutions of Albanian academic field. The company which I represent, we have 40 or 50 former students or actual students of your university which work in the digitalization industry. What is the trend that the Faculty of Architecture is following to be comparable to international trends regarding the green agenda and sustainability agenda? Before I respond to your question, I would like to introduce something, so to connect to when I opened the event today, the trend is that the sustainable cities are directly to the architect, linked to the architect or the urbanist, but it's actually related to all the levels, all the people, to the politics, with all the intellectual and professionals of other fields as well. So, however, by the end, at the end of the day, is the architects and the urbanists who are doing the key combination of these elements, and actually this is where we enter into play as an academic and as professionals which we are educating in our institution. I want to remind a saying from Richard Rogers, an architect, famous, which was died some time ago. He dealt a lot with the sustainable cities. To make it simplified, he said that the city is a living organism. As a living organism, so the city gets in and takes out the waste. This are the waste, but also emitting of gas or other elements which are pollution for the. So he says that actually most of the cities work with a linear metabolism. They just digest and then process, and they let out the waste as every living organism. But the trend should be a circular level, circular scheme, where this waste already, which are now harmful, like carbon or from the car, or the energy that we benefit or produce, even the waste which we produce, if we can manage them well, we can circulate them, so we don't use this. We don't. These are ending resources, so we don't deplete them. So the population of the world is increasing, but the Earth is remaining the same. So it has the same resources. So the final result is that the waste, which is a key element and the word of the sustainability now. So I don't want to be long. The discussion is very wide and big. So nowadays, where we are speaking, the waste management of all the categories, indeed, is multi-levels, and the role of architects and urbanists in this case begins with a relationship with the city, how we compose the city. To go to the professor we spoke a bit before, to insulate the building. That's where I want to go to. The trend nowadays is of different studies for different categorizations. So looking at the city as a live being, live organism, which should be an organism which is living sustainably. So the waste that it produces could be sustainable. This is where all levels are connected and related from the way the city is made up, built. A city which Richard Rogers would be a compact city, 15-minute city. So you walk, you don't take the car to produce carbon. So this is one of the points he mentioned. So let's produce cities with squares which are conform to the sustainability. We have studies in our faculty. We have Anne Panariti nowadays here in the audience, which completed a doctorate degree with such a subject on sustainability. So we have this line of education from the first day of the students' study in our universities. Some subjects in the architecture bachelor degree, they have study how to have a successful city, and even in master or post-university degrees, which are very specific. We have very great studies how we circulate in the city, how we can project a city so that it doesn't have presence of cars intensively, or to have an alternative presence of different systems of mobility. So beyond that, it seems very common, but the way the houses are insulated, or many other elements which are connected to the cities in our faculty, are part of the curricula. Normally we have a big problem that our studies are detached from the politics, or from a policy making. Indeed, here we are. So how flexible is the university to appropriate, to adjust the curriculums with the trend of which is changing? How flexible is your university to adapt your curriculums with what is happening in the world level? We have a very intensive relations with the Western Europe universities in Kosovo or Balkan as well, especially with the universities from Italy, Germany, with which we cooperate, deeply cooperate, strongly cooperate, and we give and take with them. We saw the programs, we practiced their curriculums, but we are not lacking behind with doctor degree studies, which are very much likely to those trends. And in a research level of different professors, we have publications or different studies which are very good. What I wanted to say is that we should have an integral connection between the faculty and the politics. The faculty can do a lot of studies and deep researches which the government cannot obtain from other bodies. So the university or the faculty, our faculty, can serve as a good pool where you can receive the right information, but especially that's what the academics do. They study things that others don't have time to do, because the others they don't do because they see they benefit, they profit, they want to make quick money. But in faculty we don't have this pressure, so we are more take it easy. We see what it needs, the public needs, what the population needs, and that's what we do. So let's go back. Let's continue with Mrs. Kaltanie from Albanian Post. What is the trend which Albanian Post is following besides the international trends? Do you think the Albanian Post is in an equal level with the trends which are represented in the Balkans or in European level? Thanks. I would like to present the Albanian Post, why the Post is in this panel today. Very few of you know the history of the Post. It is 110 years old, and practically is as old as the Albanian state. And normally, in most of the cases, if I ask you for the service, I don't know how many of you follow and use the services through the post office, but the post office is also a gigantic company with 2,500 employees, and it has offices in 200 posts around Albania. So we operate, we take over about 24 million handovers of packages throughout the year. So all the Albanian banks together cannot reach half of the performance of the post offices in level of performance, financial and postal, but also geographical spread of with 500 vehicles. We have several sustainable projects which are connected to changing the fleet to all electrical cars. Albanian Post is the only company who has a recharging tools for all the electric cars. This is to minimize the emission of carbon in the cities where we operate. Are these accessible for the other parties besides the post? From the data we have, from the tax office, in Albania there are only 1,000 cars, electric cars. So the deals which Post is offering is based on the contracts with the entities, not with individuals, because most of these cars are managed by the fleets of institutions, other institutions which have invested in their motorized fleet. Beyond the fact that I represent the Albanian Post today, I have extensive experience in sustainable approaches and policies. Albania had a network of sustainable entities which represented all the businesses and the companies. We were among the first ones. We spoke about the sponsoring policies on the sustainability practices, and today, actually, we are consulting publicly regarding the policies of renewable energies, which most of you are already aware. And in the meantime, I present some of the consultants which cannot make the difference between the sustainable politics for an individual and for a company. So when we talk about sustainability is comprehensive. I think the presentation of the professor is very interesting regarding this is one of the main, the development, sustainable development in the construction sector is very interesting. The policies that the Albanian government and Albanian Post is following, we are going totally to the renewable energy level, and we are taking measures so that all the reconstructions of post offices in 535 offices of Albanian Post to fill up, to fulfill all the requirements of the sustainable development. So we should understand that the biggest emission of the carbon are caused by the mobility of the merchandise. So not only within the one state, but among countries. And the policies that the Corporation of Post is applying, there is also a UN agency for Post, are conform with all the demands that the other post services in the Europe are applying. So we are negotiating with the European Union. So that's why we.
If we will take the case of Amazon, when we speak about competition between the corporations, the post services represent the local Amazon. Although Amazon is not in the region, but in total, all we offer is the real Amazon within us. So the post has financed the platform, a total platform of e-commerce, which will be launched very soon, and it is very important for the businesses for launching, creating an online page, up to sending payments that. Excuse me for the intervention. Is there a register, statistics, data that the Post has showing that the e-commerce industry actually in Albania is more focused in the private services, private post services? The main reason why the e-commerce, we are passing in another discussion, a longer one, e-commerce in Albania, they think that everything online through Instagram and Facebook represents an e-commerce, but actually e-commerce must be a closed circle, not only in receiving the product or the service, but as well for the fiscalization of all the process. The reason why the private post services prevailed with the online services is that they don't work with a fiscal invoice and they don't declare the selling of the products, while the Albanian Post service cannot be part of this, and all the selling passing from the Albanian Post are fiscalized according to all the rules. It's a long subject. I have been part of some panels discussions. In the concrete case, the way we are receiving assistance, giving assistance for the startup, for the management of these products, in some tools that we will use for the dedicated customer experience to represent some marketing, to launch some marketing tools in order for all the traders to know the client, where they are going, and their principles or what they want. It will be a surprise if the Albanian Post we will apply this, but the approach that we have is different than one of the image of a typical image of a post service or governmental institution which does not go according to the current trends. Going to the second round, that e-commerce, which is very interesting, but I'd like to continue with a professor from Pristina University, Professor Melinda Batia Albazi, which is director as well of the Center for Energy and Sustainability. Can you introduce what is your organization or your interests? Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be in a panel today with you. Our Center for Energy and Sustainability of the University of Pristina is a center, multidisciplinary center for training. It was founded 5 years ago in cooperation with Arizona State University and with the other projects of USAID, Transformation of Leadership Program. The center, the activity of our center is based in 3 pillars. First, offering programs, certification programs. We offer 2 certification programs: renewable energy and sustainability and management of energy and environment. In these programs, we could register students from all the profiles, not only students of the STEM fields, which we are looking forward for them to come in our center, but even philology, philosophy, law, university, arts, media, all the fields, each of them wanting to receive a certificate or knowledge in the field of renewable energy, sustainability, environment protection, sustainable policies, environments, all this, because it's a certificate program. And from what I know, it's the only one in the region, because it was followed by the University of the American School Education, offering certificates for those wanting just to receive knowledge over these fields that I mentioned. The other activity that we are giving is offering professional trainings in the fields that I mentioned. One of the main trainings we are implementing now is for the auditory of energy. We were authorized by the Ministry of Economy for 5 years to offer such kind of training for the interested persons from energy. The ministry has tried to find a way to organize such a training, and in cooperation with GIZ Kosovo and the ministry now, for 5 years we will offer such trainings for interested parties in lighting and public buildings. This training, which is very necessary, and it was since 30 years now, it has assisted even the center to be promoted in another dimension. The other activity, the third one that we do, is the scientific research. Through the center, we could bring not only our staff, our members of University of Pristina, but even other professionals from other organizations, local, international, private, public, that have ideas for different projects in the field of renewable energy, sustainability, environment protection, which they want to implement such projects, but maybe they don't have the expertise. And then through the center, since within the center we have professionals of different fields, we assist them even to realize these projects. Do you think that the youngsters, the students, do you think the human capital, the resource, is it enough, or do they support this green agenda? For sure, we know in Kosovo, in Albania, that the main asset is the young generation, because 70% of the population in Kosovo is under 35 years of age. We have a lot of youngsters, educated ones, and of course they transmit the trends of the time, and they support us. There is a demand, continuous demand for not only for such kind of programs, but even for new ideas, current ones. We can do this and we can do that in the University of Pristina. This kind of training has been 5 years now. The center. Did you give consultancy to the municipality of Pristina when you prepared your agenda from this center, or there is a division and there is no communication? No. Up to now, no. Previously, I don't know. Thank you very much, Professor. Now we have as well Adelaida, we know her from the community, the cooperation in the private sector. She is as well professor in the university, but now she represents her own company, which is only 6 months old now. They work with reassuring, but for more, please make your introduction on what you are doing, and if you can give an opinion, a general opinion of what, in which level is Albania or the businesses in Albania toward ESG rating, easy risk, let's say. So, while the subject is digitalization and sustainability, it is very close to what we started to do with conscious G, because often we hear for digitalization and we consider that that's enough, that's all. Digitalize something and we perceive it like a sustainable something. It is not like this, because something can be digitalized, but in the same time to decrease the index of sustainability. Like a simple example, what happens with the consumption, high consumption of energy, dirty, let's say, energy from data centers. This comes as a result of an increase of digitalization, actually, but this had a negative impact to the sustainability. So sustainability and digitalization are not the same thing, my first point. And here, my company comes, CCKSG, the name of the company, tries to make a measure index about actors sector in the sustainable policies using a way which is called ESG or SG in Albanian. It stands for environmental, social and governmental, the way of governing, which has not only to do with governing in the political point of view, but even governing even within any institution. And what makes the difference of us with others is that using the mixture of the background of our two co-founders, because we are two ladies from Albania in a relatively new age, which in the essence it is sustainable, pro the new politics of sustainability. We have tried to mix the business to understand what makes a business sustainable in those three aspects, and this mixed with each other, involving the academy. This aspect so important that I heard to be mentioned in the proper way, because by the end of the day the academics are the actors that go to the details, which no one wants to go in such details, and these are the academics. The academics brings the solution, facing the reality and with what the business and real life demands.
Pra CSG-a do
So
bëjmë atje
CSG will make the
me
measurements,
fokus,
SEAG focused in businesses,
ky informacion do
and
të
this
përdoret në një
information will be
sektor
used
mjaft i
by a very
rëndësishëm,
important sector
nëse vërtet bota
if
dëshiron që të
really
arrijë
the world
targetat
wants to achieve the targets in 2030. Of course not, but at least
aq afër sa të mund
near
jemi për,
to this
zhvillimin e
time limit
qëndrueshëm.
as much as we can achieve the sustainable development. If I can make comparison between is a ESG rated the private sector in Albania and Kosovo, comparison between the public and the private sectors. The companies which are shareholders companies.
Nuk do të më pëlqente që të
I'd
kisha
like
dy
to
numra
have two figures
për momentin
for
të
the
tregoja,
moment
siç thash, matja jonë është e
to
bazuar
bring it to you.
kryesisht në
Our
sektorin
measurement are
privat,
based in the
pra ne
private
masim
sector
bizneset,
mainly.
dhe sepse
We
besojmë
measure
që
the
ajo është
businesses because we
industria
believe this is
që
the
ka
industry
interesat
that
më të forta
has the
tashmë,
strongest
e shtyrë nga
interest now,
konsumatori,
pushed
e
by the
shtyrë nga
consumer,
politikat gjithashtu,
by
por edhe nga
politics,
interesat
by even by
personal,
their
sepse
own
në fund
interests,
fundit
because at the
bizneset
end of the
duhet
day,
t'ju-
the
bizneset
businesses,
duhet t'ju flasësh në gjuhën e profitit.
you have to speak to the business
Dhe
with the
nëse
language
dëshiron
of
vërtet që
profit,
të
and
kesh
if you
zhvillim
want to
të
have a
ndërshmërisë,
development,
do
a
të
sustainable
flasësh në
development,
gjuhën e
you have to speak to them with the language of
Kështu që nuk
profit.
kam dy numra konkret për
I don't have two figures for you, two numbers, but still, it is a way to count, to measure, to assess the private, the public sector, the organizations. For example, in the Nordic states, it is a lot implemented. What you just asked, related of how sustainable are the municipalities, let's say, at the level ESG. As well, how sustainable are the institutions, the public ones, like in the case of energy, if they are public or other sectors. But as I said, our method, our focus is in the private sector, in businesses, and in investors. We'll go back because I have an interesting, to make it a little bit more interesting, at the presentation of the professor, if you saw the cases that were mentioned, the government with their indicators were mentioned in the orange color zone. Not very risky, but even with sustainable investment. What we have to understand is that we have to make the difference between the data analysis with the sustainable policies. Always it was misunderstood, the purpose of sustainability. In certain corporations, sustainable policies means investment for the company, which at least within 5 years to return, not only the investment value, but even having an impact, a social one or financial one. Within the communities they cooperate. Well, we see those sustainable policies of what good can we bring to the community, how will be integrated to the salary of the workers, of the employees. But this does not mean sustainability. This aspect is totally alone. It is business oriented, of course. It doesn't have to do if it is public or private, but it has to do with what you invest for as a return for the future. So the state has not to invest just in vain, a priori. You mentioned the electrical cars, the chargers. Do you think that this is just a shift of the damaging the environment from gas oil to the electricity, or do we need more deeper policies? It is a shift, actually. We have removed something negative which brings damage from the air, and we threw it to the land. We can have arguments as much as you want in this field, and if you want, we can discuss. Bringing the electrical vehicles, ecological ones, has some aspects that the normal motor vehicles does not fulfill. For the postal service, if you see how we move our vehicles, the accessibility, that they don't need to have doors all the time, which makes them more accessible. The size, smaller, the parking possibility. These are in favor of the sustainable development of the city, although the investment of the capital is done by the private, the institution, or the government. I'll bring an example. In the development in the postal service, in three main aspects. If we will go back to the history, 1995, nobody of us could imagine that today we would speak about the fact that how digital we are now. Then, most of the things had to do with the regulatory regulation of the market, the policies, and the automatization. As an industrial revolution, for example, in 2005 we came to another concept. Digitalization should be in the bar systems or core system. In the finance, we start the SAP, Finance 5 is the same, reflected at, for engineering architecture. In 2015, everything changed, digitalization remained the main approach that the business must have and the government must have. Now we don't speak about strategy, digitalization now is incorporated within the policy of business or the government. And since 1995 to 2015, we needed 20 years with examples from all Europe to understand what is investment in digitalization. And today it is translated in sustainable policies. But sustainability has to do with the way of how good do we invest to bring profits and to improve the service to the customers. I didn't receive a response if this is just a shift. I explained, it's not just a shift, a change, but it is a local policy. We speak about accessibility. Sustainability goes along with accessibility. It is a new approach. I'll give an example. The Postal Service of Albania made a first trial with drone piloting. If we speak about a typical postman, motorcycle, bringing the package, airplanes, etc. Now we are thinking about our strategy for internal transport will be through drones. Who would think the drone, in business terms, we speak about post, decrease of expenditures, fuel, employees, but it is even accessibility. You can have everything in 10 minutes, everywhere, in the corners of the triangle Tirana-Elbasan Durrës. You can go to the south, you forget the key of your second apartment by post. Within half an hour, the key will be in your hands. This is digitalization. It's more interesting.
So each one looks on his own viewpoint of the profession, but I think that what is uniting all the professionals in the panel, but also the community as a whole, is that digitalization has four major areas. The first is database management, database collection, which is the primary area, which is the analysis of data. So in the digital area, this creates a very good landscape of the future. So then is the third field is the projecting or designing for the future. The digitalization is helping us to design for the future, the way we approach the future. And the fourth field, which is most important, is the management of all of these systems, common systems. So in these four fields, four steps, digitalization is simplifying our work of each professional from each field. So how it is approaching what we told about regarding the sustainability of life. The sustainability is related to resources and what we lag behind, which I think is the waste, what we leave. We have many categories of waste. We will go back to that subject, but through the presentation of Mrs. Aciu mentioned that one political party has entered a coalition to implement a green agenda. Can you tell us more about this? like how a political party in Kosovo or Albania that has an agreement based on the green agenda. This is a novelty for our politics. What about this agenda? Can you, of course, my pleasure. The green agenda and digital agenda. I don't know how much time you have you had to follow our campaign. Our slogan was Pristina is uniting us, and the purpose is to speak about the future. Normally in the campaign we speak about the past, the issues of the past, how we'll not repeat the same problems, but very few underline the future. So the future is digital and the future is green. So of course also the present is also digital and green. But this depends on the ambitions. We had a very clear ambition, and our ambition is to develop human resources and the mentality to dare to think about the future, not only about the present and the past. So I want to congratulate Adelaida and with your partner, business partner as well. Congratulations for your initiative that dare to start as two women in a startup. We need such a women in nowadays. I hope it's a good beginning for you, but also for other women like you. So I agree with what you said, that digitalization does not mean sustainability. It is a misunderstanding, big misunderstanding that happens, that digitalizations should be done because just to do it. But there are corporations and organizations which are listing which projects they have digitalized. Do they use drone? Do they use e-cars? This does not mean that they are digitalized. That does not mean they are more sustainable. This means that are entering a trend and are trying the new policies, and then they should measure this to arrive to a conclusion. Even though I come from this sector, I'm sad about the debate which are done for digitalization, because today you cannot have a digital solution that can say, wow, this is possible. So technology, it is possible to be used by the AI in many levels, as the professor mentioned. Nowadays is not a surprise to give a solution through technology, but is a surprise when you show how you engage people, teams, to prepare them to work with this technology. When you begin merchandising, 20% of this merchandising is digitalization. The rest has to do with human beings, how they can behave, how they should act, how they can retrieve the meaning of the data they work with. So then later on in the policy making we can be ready. So with this data we can produce measured policies. Digitalization in local level is difficult, and however I cannot list the things that we digitalize, because we are lagging behind with preparing the public administrations to work with these new systems of digitalized systems to make their life easier, because by the end of the day it has to do with people, with human beings. But is there a center for the energy? Or I didn't have the chance to meet with the madam here, but I was part of the industry and I worked closely with the rector and the previous and actual rector. We have a cooperation of agreement with the University of Pristina and with APCO cluster, which also in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce of Kosovo. So we can have an official relation, more substantial agreement. So we continue to cooperate with other universities, as the University of Tirana, which was in the aspect of architecture, urbanism, landscape, and all other areas which we have to cooperate. What I want to emphasize, first of all, is that something that I want to mention, because we are the first one which has started and begin as in Pristina. Maybe somebody in the audience can take it as idea. We already opened the first center for a compostation center, decompostation center, which is using the waste, the green waste, and processing them to produce the fertilizer, so then we can use it for the green areas in Pristina. Is this an initiative of commune, or yes, it's of the commune with cooperation with the donors who supported this, but we opened this year, and last week we approved the budget for the next year we can have the decomposition center for the waste management from the construction waste management, because we have a big problem with the construction waste management, solid waste management. We don't have official process or site to process this solid waste management. So in the private sector have begun, like Duvolab is another company which taking a plastic waste from the shops or from the restaurants, the plexiglass advertising, and they're using them to make accessories, and they sell it throughout the world through the internet. So we have other initiatives which are pushing out from the private sector to make them ready to supply them with the first raw material. And so I want to close with this one, last one. Let's not forget that digitalization and sustainability are not neutral regarding the gender aspect. Most of the statistical data shows that even though, regardless of the economic aspects, the ratio is 1 to 3. So if for every €1 you invest, we have €3 of benefit. But on the other hand, this it does not go until to the women in the rural areas, and including other communities like the blind people or deaf people. So we should be really careful in the policy making. So each action we take towards digitalization do not influence in the marginalization of these groups which are already marginalized. Thank you. Thank you, Donita. I support, of course, the idea that Adela, with her colleague, and all the women who are entering the technology area, I would like to use this occasion to express my pride that in my company we have 56% are women of employers. I want to mention the Polytechnic University because we have a lot of engineers which have been educated there in Tirana. So let's go back to the Center for Energy and Sustainability. Kosovo recently was faced with a big crisis of energy, electric energy. Do you think that the projects of with solar systems projects or hydropower systems are a solution for this, or where is the CAC with in regard is the thermocentral New Kosovo? Last week we had the first international conference, sustainable environment focused on energy, and we chose energy because of many. It's a global problem already and challenge, and we have had presenters from all over the world. And of course also from Academic of Science of Kosovo and Albania, and we discussed on the transition of energy, but we didn't have a transition of energy because we'd have a transition of generations and of ideas then later. But what came out of this conference as a conclusion, and we unified, we should think about the transition. We should go towards zero emission. Also decarbonization, in the meaning that the coal slowly we should eliminate use of coal. You know, more than 90% of Kosovo today is coming from burning of coal, but we cannot say that from tomorrow we will not use any more coal. We should take it away because we don't have an alternative. If we had an alternative, we will do it. But the ideas for the new Kosovo or Sea Kosovo for thermocentral, the new generations do not accept this solution because all of them think that we should go through decarbonization towards decarbonization and towards the renewable energy. Every solution which is possible for Kosovo is acceptable. Of course, now the hydropower that you are mentioning, we don't have a lot of water that Albania has, but through a synergy with the Albania, we can combine, and slowly we can escape the coal use and increasing the potential for renewable energy. Thank you very much. We have 10 more minutes to conclude, and the organizers have invited us for lunch after this session, of course. So I would like to have a closing remark from each of you, beginning with Mrs. Kaltani. When are we going to see a daily drone delivering post? I want to insist in the concept of sustainability, because I don't think that whatever tendency the businesses present is just a drive or a shift or a strategy. It's part of the sustainable politics. Otherwise, we would live in an augmented reality where we don't have cooperation between human being and technology. Whatever investment we make, it's not to be judged as a shift, but as a way to co-live within this ecosystem, without taking out nothing of the role and the importance of the aspect of the employers, of the human aspect. Regarding digitalization, we are clear. The policy area, even though I see that Kosovo has a very good tendency to run towards digitalization, but the Kosovo Post services are totally forgotten. There is nothing that makes it competitive in the market. This is my suggestion for further future. Most of the operations are done through the Albanian Post, thanks to the cooperation and the agreement we have, bilateral agreements we have with the Albanian Post and Kosovo Post. We are giving them a chance to enter the international transportation and e-commerce, to be part of all the panels within the European Union that we adhere as Albania, but inviting also the Kosovo services. So if Kosovo is prevailing in their digital approach, I would really like that these institutions can cooperate with government institutions which offer public services. It's a different thing for corporates, how corporate considers its citizens. That's why I presented my introduction, my speech, with the size of our operations and how much clients we have, etc., etc. It's different for a small business. No matter how much digital it is, it cannot influence as much as the big companies, public companies, toward the sustainable development. In this aspect, Kosovo has much space to be improved, because Albania has been parallelly moved as a public sector and the private sector that are cohabitating in a good and important cohesion, but Kosovo should also take this in consideration. Thank you for your suggestion. We will pass on. Maybe Adela's last message. I would like to conclude with a positive history stories and inspiring stories. So I would like to emphasize that when we speak about sustainability, we should focus in the impact. And this is what is making us different from others which are globally doing what we are doing locally. Impact means what Mrs. Donieta mentioned, to implement a model, circular model, for recycling of waste. This is very positive model, which if one day we will head to the municipalities, this will make them words points, and they will be ranked higher. I would like to speak other positive practices, like when we speak about emissions, the solution is not only shifting or introducing the e-cars, e-vehicles, so the cars which use batteries which come from lithium that has destroyed a lot of rivers and other ecosystems just to protect the air of cities, which is damaging us, harming us. But there are other methods as well, like carbon removal methods and this is where it enters how the digitalizations comes into play. It's the right way if we use it if the right directions to bring real sustainability. There are practices to take out carbon. There are practices, different practices to recycling practices for artificial intelligence and how to do the right diligences, which we have adopted, and is not always a solution to take out, to repair something, but to damage something else. Even though the perfect solutions, as we know, do not exist, we are constantly repairing and developing our solutions. Thank you very much, Adela. Professor Vokshi? To stay in the three keywords of the meeting of this panel is the sustainability, energy, and digitalization. Seen from the viewpoint of architecture and urbanistics, from the energy side, is consuming globally about 60 to 80% of the energy. These three keywords should be put together to give a solution to all those points I said before, to see in a synthesized method from the digital how the consummation is consummation is being included in our cities. Secondly, to use the digitalizations to project the future, because we see that our cities are lagging behind. To come here from the center of Tirana, I went 20 minutes in the traffic. Why? Because indeed we are not knowing how to plan our cities, and indeed digitalization should enable us to understand why our city is not working. In the first analysis, how we should plan, design our city and how we should manage it. And all these digitalizations can serve us to make our life calmer, better, more comfortable, and why not to save the energy that we are lacking, we're absent. So maybe
continue. A message from you, thank you, to the public. With my background, I'm a chemical professor doctor, and we don't have time today to go in deep for the trends and where the science is today, and which is the last word for batteries and going away from lithium. I'll quote just an activist, philosopher, and academical, Jula Davis, saying that I'm not accepting anymore the things that I cannot change. I'm changing the things that I cannot accept. And I hope that this saying will remain for us to try at least to change something from a lot of things that we cannot accept today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Returning in Pristina again, a city where I grew up and I love and I miss because I don't see it a lot of time. Now Pristina has a leadership with exceptional credentials. When shall we come in Pristina and say, wow? In the point of view is digitalization, respecting the green agenda in every point of view. Thank you. You have to come more often. It's your home. It's the first one, although we are one now, but still we need time to reach the moment when you will say, wow. We're a state that we are after 22 years of war, and we have 14 years that we enjoy our independence, and through these facts we are trying by statistics that were mentioned by Mrs. Zaivazi for the young generation where we are invested. We have to improve. We have a lot of aspects that we have to construct as a state to improve, but we have the goodwill, the desire, me and others. We are staying in Kosovo to build Kosovo. I came here by sacrifice. With me is the director of education, Besiana. She comes from Pristina with me for the first time, for us, both of us in politics, with a mandate for local government. And we managed this. We didn't accept the reality, and we came from other sectors to tend to give another possibility to that governance. We have very good credentials with Prime Minister Rama as a known architect, with me and with other mayor. With our team, we are young people. We have a different kind of expertise. We have a lot of expectations. We have some challenges. In the point of view of the budget, we have around 105 million budget, only 105 million as a capital city. The census is done 6 years ago, while the inhabitants, the population is different now in these 5 recent years. We have a lot of cars, vehicles coming also from other cities because all the government is in Pristina, all the institutions are in Pristina, the clinical center, university centers are in Pristina, and we have a gravitation of all the inhabitants, citizens coming in Pristina, but we have a good young generation with a different approach now in policy making. We must not always criticize and to catch what we have not done and what we have not done well. We have to go forward to create motivating spaces for the youngster to remain, because we are facing the league. The people is leaving our country, finding some better life outside. We have embassies filled with applications, and me as a young person, me and my team, we have this mandate to look at the brighter side of the things, to say it straight, to be transparent, to request assistance because we don't know everything, and to go forward, all of us. Thank you very much. Now, to conclude, I am an ex-student from the University of Pristina, a user of the Postal Service of Albania, a friend and collaborator of Adela and her company, an absorber of the capacities coming from the Polytechnical University of Tirana, and a youngster from Pristina. And I miss Pristina. It has a very good nightlife, Pristina, similar to the other cities. And I have to add, we had other 30 days of the feast, Manifest, which is the edition of Biennale happening for the first time in the Balkans. And because of the procedures, I can tell you to use the opportunity. We have 25 locations from international artists being in Pristina. You can make one day tourism and be tourists for one day. You are welcome in Pristina.
close my eyes, I am breathing. In a flash, it takes hold of my heart. Not much longer would you be mine? Oh, I heard through a grapevine, and I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, honey. Oh, I heard through a grapevine, and I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, yeah.
angel sent from up above. You know you make my world light up. When I was down, when I was hurt, you came to lift me up. Life is a dream, and love's a drug. Oh no, I think I lost in myself. When I was down, we were right up. You came to me.
creeps closer now, closer to the foot of the bed, and softer than the shadow and quicker than flies. His arms are all around me and his song in my eyes. Be strong, be calm, be quiet now, my precious boy. Don't struggle like that or I will love you more. For it's much too late to get away or turn on the light. The Spider-Man is having me for dinner tonight, and I feel like I'm being eaten by 1,000 million shivering furry holes. And I know that in the morning I will wake up in the shivering cold. And the Spider-Man is always hungry.
Keeps me warm. What you doing on your back? Hey, what you doing on your back? Hey, you should be dancing, yeah, dancing, yeah. She's juicy and she's trouble. She gets it to me good. My woman gives me power, goes right down to my blood. What you doing on your back? Hey, what you doing on your back? Hey, you should be dancing, yeah, dancing, yeah. What you doing on your back? What you doing on your back? Hey, you should be dancing, yeah, dancing, yeah. My What you doing on your back? Hey, you should be dancing, yeah. Dancing, yeah. What you doing on your back? Hey, what you doing on your back? Hey, you should be dancing, yeah. Dancing, yeah. You should be 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 dancing, yeah.
coming back to you just like before. I've been a lonely boy since I walked out your door. If there's a life for us, I don't know, but I can live like this anymore. The time I spent alone has nothing to give. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. I'm coming back to you. This time to stay. If I have learned one thing, is that I can't stay away. The time I spend alone has nothing to give. The life I lead alone has nowhere to live. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. And I can still recall how you will hold me. The way you vast away broke so slowly. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. Repetition. The only thing I can do. Repetition. And we can see this through. It's repetition. I'm coming back to you. I can't get enough of this drug that they call love. I need to feel like I am home again. You came from above, your wings wider than a dove. I need you, I need you. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in a castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Another second to be with you for an eternity. I Feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
Well, you only need the light when it's burning low. Only miss the sun when it starts to snow. Only know you love her when you let her go. Only know you've been high when you're feeling low. Only hate the road when you're missing home. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go. Staring at the bottom of a glass, hoping
panelin e fundit, por paraprakisht për para panelit fundit që kemi për sot, do të doja shumë që të prezentoja një zgjidhje të qëndrueshme që na ofron Alumil Albania dhe ftoj drejtorin gjeneral
So I'd invite now
Batsakis që na tregoj për të gjitha zgjidhjet
mikrofonin. Kam vetëm muzikë këtu.
diskutuar shumë gjatë për qëndrueshmërinë në ndërtim. Do të kemi mundësi ta diskutojmë edhe me tutje në panel. Paneli po jepet live edhe në javën e qëndrueshmërisë së energjisë europiane, e po ashtu edhe në portalin Build Up.
Talk about the build-up portal, and I believe that we'll have the possibility to talk further. Thank you very much. Professor Vasakis.
So hello again, I'm George Batsakis, I'm General Manager of Alumil Albania. In the next, just a moment. And in the next few minutes, I will present our company, the road to net zero emissions, partially covered by previous speaker. After I will refer to an interesting example that will help us to take better decision, refers to our private life, and I will go with some certifications that are needed when we build green buildings. Let's start with Alumil. Alumil is an international company focused in architectural aluminum systems, are present in more than 60 countries in the world. We are more than 2,500 employees, and between others, we have R&D department in our headquarters in Greece, with focus in the new system, the system that will help in sustainability. Also, we have a strong engineering department in every country, between others, even in Albania, that help the customers in the market to go to the direction to sustainability and implementation of new systems. Regarding Alumil Albania, we came in Alumil Albania in 1998, initially as a warehouse, as commercial company, and in 2004, we started our production line. In Alumil Albania and in general in Alumil, our vision is to improve the life, the people's life, by improving the living space by sustainable way. And believe me, I didn't put sustainable because of today's presentation. This is our mission. Every year we prepare the business plan, or we update our business plan. At this moment, our business plan have 5 pillars, and between others, the first pillar is promotion of high-efficient system, the system that help in a sustainable way. And the second one is the sustainability awareness, the sustainability of ourselves, how we can be sustainable. This means that we have waste management system. We circulate and we use the 90% of our scrap. We are going at this moment to have a new project, a new CapEx about the solar system. So first we try by ourselves to go to be sustainable, and after to help the society in order to be also sustainable. Go to road to net zero. What this means? Many years the national, international community worry about CO2 emissions, see greenhouse effect, that the increase of temperature in the earth, and so many years try to improve the situation. During this road, many meetings have took places. The last one, the most important, was in 2015 in Paris. And what happened in Paris? In Paris, practically 196 countries agreed that till 2030, we will try as Earth, as global, to reduce, to eliminate the increase of temperature in 2 degrees, and if it's possible to go to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in 2050, to go where? To go to zero net emissions. This means no CO2 emissions. This is easy, it's difficult, we will see. Here we can see a graph and the different scenarios. The scenario, where's the laser? Okay, the scenario that we discussed to eliminate the increase of temperature by 2 degrees is the green one, and this means that we have to reduce the CO2 emissions. Today we know, especially the last months, there is a serious geopolitical and fuel crisis, and this means that we have the problems we realize every day when we see our bills, but it seems that probably we will move faster to less CO2 emission. Why? Because we try to find and develop new energies. Go now in one interesting example and how this can help in our lives. Before this, just to refer to things. First of all, about building thermography. What is this? Practically, is one thermocamera. We take one thermocamera, we scan the surface of one building, and we can see if this building has leakages of heat, if the temperature reduces or not. Let's see one example. This is one building in the center of Athens. What we can see? We can see that the window, even the roof are red. Red means what? Means that we have transfer of the heat. This means that there we have problem. Let's go in one window. What we can see here? We see the red on the frame of the window. Means that from this point, we lose heat. And what this means? Means that we have to use air conditioning, we have to use sources in order to keep our rooms heat. So what we can do? To live in houses without windows? I don't think that is possible. So the only way is to develop new system. At this moment in the market, what happens? Okay, at this moment in the market, sorry. Here, we have three kinds of system. We have the first one, the comfort system, or is routine language, in daily language is the cold system. This one system only with aluminum. What is the advantage? The price is very cheap. What is the disadvantage? Doesn't offer insulation. What is the second solution? The second solution is the smarter system, the thermal system, that offer this insulation is a bit more expensive. And of course, we have the third solution, perfect system is expensive. In the third column, we can see the heat transfer coefficient, 5.7 the first, means that this is very high. This means that this system is not good. And in the last column, what we can see? How is the Albanian market today? What we can see here? The 60% of Albanian market uses low quality system. And the rest, 40% uses good system. This picture is good or not? It's not good. We are behind. But if we take in consideration that this 60% 5 years ago was 70, 75%, and 10 years ago was 10%, seems that the Albanian market moves fast in the good system, but we need to fast more. We need to run more. Go to an example. I live in Tirana. I live in an apartment, and I want to renovate, or I want to buy a new apartment. This is an apartment around, let's say, 100 square meters. There are 3 windows. There is one window, small window in a toilet, and I have also 2 balcony doors. These are the dimensions, and if we calculate, the total surface of windows and doors are 12 square meters. 12 square meters is something conservative, something normal in our apartments. Of course, if we live in other apartments or villa, these square meters go higher. So we want to buy or to renovate this apartment. Go to the previous slides. What we have to choose? To choose the first, to choose the second, or to choose the third choice. Let's go to the comparison table. If you go to the second solution, we save 1,181 kilo CO2 per apartment. With this way, we help in sustainable way. We help in sustainable direction of Albania or of the world. And if you want something more, we save money. We save 600 euro per year. Okay, in my calculation, I took in consideration that I run air condition all the time in order to keep the temperature inside the room 21 degrees. Okay, probably it's too much. However, even take that I don't use my air condition 100%, but 50%, and I save 300-400 euro per year. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important. And what is the cost? If I go from comfort system to smart system, the smart system is more expensive, 100 euro per square meters. In my exams, I have 12 square meters. This means that I will spend 1,200 euro more. But I will have this money back in 4 years maximum. So this is one of the main arguments that we try to convince our customers, our society, and unfortunately we are not B2C business, we are B2B. So we try to inform the end customers that, look, don't go to the first solutions. Doesn't help you. Go to the second. If you have the luxury to go in the third solution to install the supreme system, much better. But go at least in the second solution. And I will close with some certification. In order one building to be green building, there are some certification. The first one is the EPD, is one certification that refers to all companies that are connected with some buildings, not only for windows, but for everything. And also there is another one, the Leadership in Energy and Environment Design, the LEED certification that take in consideration some factors and give to one system or not this certification. As Alumil Albania, we have this system at this moment in Albanian market. It's not necessary to refer the names, doesn't matter. So at this moment, as Alumil Albania, we offer in the local market systems that are good, have very good performance, and are certified by this two certification. Here we can see some big project that Alumil completed in last year. The most important of this is the central offices of Google in New York. The Google 10 years ago asked system with this factor that I referred before, 0.4. It was extremely low. This means that this building is totally isolated at this moment. As Alumil, we developed specific system for this building, and finally we achieved in the international tender. I don't want to refer more. I will close with this slide. We believe that in today's difficult world, if we want to stay in business, we have to keep and to have priority the sustainability. In other case, you will be out of the market very soon. So if you have something to ask me, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batakis. It was real interesting to see the amount of money saving by changing only one of the systems in our houses. So imagine if we go further and change something more. So having concrete results, it's very important for us to when we communicating with our clients. Panelin e fundit na e moderon zonja Ani Tola I Panariti, Tola, më duket, më fal, është zëvendësdekane në Fakultetin e Arkitekturës dhe Urbanistikës në Universitetin Politeknik të Tiranës, prandaj e ftoj në skenë që të prezantojë edhe pjesëmarrësit e panelit. Faleminderit Ani.
Po e përsëri se besoj dëgjohesh. Atë ndërtimi i turizmit i qëndrueshëm, pra një nga aspektet që trajton qëndrueshmëria, ne do të ndalim në këtë panel të tretë mbi ndërtimin dhe turizmin.
We'll stop in this third panel in construction and tourism. Is it possible in Albania? I'll invite the panelists to share this in two perspectives. In the first one, seen by the point of view of Albania, and the other seen by Kosovo. I invite Linda Chavdavarsa in the panel, Mrs. Deputy Minister of Environment and Space Planification in Kosovo. Thank you. Mrs. Herita Duro, Director for Development Policies in the Ministry of Culture of Albania. Ministry of Culture of Albania. Miss Matilda Pando, architect and chairwoman of the Society of the Association of the Architects of Albania. And Miss Arieta Payaziti, head of the Women in the Sector of Energy organization in Kosovo. Actually, starting from the discussion we had earlier, this is a subject, a very wide subject, and our two countries, Albania and Kosovo, we believe in the conditions we are living today. We face challenges on energy, adoption of the new standards of architecture, of projects, with the conditions of work that we have to face as architect and engineer, the requests by the client or the inhabitants or the citizens to live in a sustainable, secure, safe, comfort place. Sustainability does not remain only in the construction or architectonic building, but it still remains, even in the second panel, as we mentioned, it remains at a circle, a cycle. It is the place where we live, where we walk, and even in an internal space we live. It's a relation between outside and inside. Building has its impact inside the space, but even the outside space. The outside has its impact to the commodity and the sustainability, even of living within the building. Still, I'll raise some questions for the panelists, starting from Ms. Chalta Basha, Deputy Minister of Environment. Ministry of Environment and Space Planification of Kosovo, I believe, is in the initiatives, the new initiatives that are expected to foresee the change that we are waiting to see in Kosovo, in the region, and even in the world. Do you have any national plan connected to the sustainable construction and environment? Please, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I congratulate the organizers for such a conference, organizing such a conference. I saw that we raised some issues, some subjects that were very current, and I was very happy that before us I saw a presentation where I see that even the businesses, they have started to get oriented the more toward the safety of energy, the sustainability, and using materials, ecological materials friendly to the environment. Our ministry in Kosovo, we have our role to prepare strategies and laws and bylaws for buildings, construction, and of course we are in the phases of drafting different strategies, including strategy for sustainable development, which involves the components of biodiversity, environment, meteorology, and the component of hydrometeorology. All this will assist in sustainable development. When we speak about a sustainable development, it does not just mean that we speak about economical development, but it is a combination between the component of economy, ecology, and the social one. Unfortunately, up to today, it didn't happen. The focus was only to the economical profits and all the plans realized, which brought us to this direction. Lately, our ministry is working toward regulation, to prepare regulation for the efficiency of energy in the buildings, which I believe very soon, by the end of the year, we will have the draft and we will develop it. But according to the information, some 14% of the energy is lost in the buildings. Concerning the efficiency of energy. With the crisis now, the energetic crisis, the focus must be there, and we have to develop policies which will assist the development, the sustainable development of our country. As I mentioned, the role of our ministry is in drafting policies, different policies, legislation and strategical one. And that's why we are attempting all these strategies to be aligned with the laws, to be aligned with those of the European Union, and as well based in the green agenda of the Western Balkans and the objectives of the Sustainable Development 2030. For non-developed countries like Albania and Kosovo, this is a challenge in itself, but each of us, we believe that with the assist of other donors, different donors, and if the strategies are implemented as planned, then we will have sustainable development, and we will have a green city and pro the nature. Thank you. In fact, we can continue our discussion later, as long as we mention the point from your side of regulations for efficiency. But it is a subject that it involves even Albania, and we can come back to this discussion. I would like to ask Mrs. Erida Duro concerning the aims that the Ministry of Culture has, the cultural objectives that has impact in over the sustainable tourism. I thank you as well for the invitation. I feel good to be in such a panel today, especially speaking for a subject that still today is faced with the confusion of terminology or the explanation of this. Even today, me as with the role that I have, there was a lapsus, mistake. It was good, but I would like to connect this with the field I cover personally. Today, I am part of the Ministry of Tourism from some years, some months now, but I would like to connect the terminology, to make a connection, or to clarify that the term culture does not belong only to entertainment or artistic performance, but mainly it has to do with our culture of behaving. And this has to do with values and with our attachment to the ecosystem, with all the systems that we try to develop, and we must preserve and defend them in order to have resources even for the future, in such a form, in such a way. The terminology used even today of sustainability means tourism, and has to do with sustainability and tourism. It is developed as a term, when we speak, as a definition. When we speak about tourism, we speak about culture, globalization, in wide circles globally about a sustainable tourism. But this sustainable tourism has in its focus the environment, sets in its focus the individual. Both of them must find a harmony with each other. We try today to advance through innovative projects or new technologies, but not often we are responsible for what we try to produce or to profit, to take back from these current technologies. So the need to use these resources in the best way needs a system. Besides, a system that supports the value of this sustainability. Being in the construction, infrastructure, in our way of thinking, and it has to start with education, increase of awareness, in order for us to understand that we live in a time when tourism or touristic culture, we have to see it in a different point of view from now on. If up to today the tourism was developed sporadically with a private initiative, somewhere model, somewhere not to have it as a model, but today we have to go toward a standard. In the Albanian reality, this is a delayed moment, but maybe again we have to be restructured to go toward a sustainable tourism, and why not during all year around. And I'd like to underline the reason or some of the politics of the attention that our Ministry of Tourism and Environment has set to, as you know. And according to its name, those two ministries, those two fields within one institution, they go together in parallel, in connection with each other. We speak about waste, recycling, the way we will turn this in a circulating economy, but we speak about maintenance of the ecosystem, cleanliness, hygiene. This was one of the difficulties, biggest difficulties, but luckily we have very good results in a short time. In order to have long-term results, it has to be a must for our society and for all the institutions, so that through the measures, monitoring measures, we can make it possible to integrate this system in our best day of everyday life. Another aspect are strategical investments. Today those investments are those for which we speak more today. We have marks, brands, persons that want to develop resorts, that want to offer a full package, touristic package, but they must be ready to offer several conditions much more higher than an innovative, which bring together with the approach to the ecology, green spaces, more green spaces, surfaces. We have the green in the focus, the energy used in a proper way, not through electricity or other forms of energy which pollute the environment, etc., etc. So in this direction, all these measures made possible that even the investors or the brands offered coming today in the Albanian territory, they can fulfill and bring as model those platforms that were tested by other countries before, from other countries which they have tourism as their heavy industry. Through these standards we will harmonize and we will compete in order to achieve the same levels with those other countries. Thank you. I apologize about the specification. It's a great pleasure that you come from Ministry of Tourism, because often we had the debate tourism, temporary tourism, all year tourism, and when we speak about sustainable tourism, we speak about ecotourism in all the aspects it includes. I'll stop at Matilda Pando. Mati, I prefer to call her Mati. Being that you are an architect from a lot of years now in the market, not only the chairman of the Association of the Architects, and you are in the everyday contact with the problematics raised by the community of architects, community of engineers, or the community of constructors, builders. I would like to direct your question, which are the challenges that we face today as architects in the local market, always speaking about sustainability. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Blerta. Thank you, Pik Ark. This is one of the events or the subjects, one of the most interesting that we can touch. And I hope that this subject, this issue must not remain only here within the limits of this conference, but practically to develop this in other forms, being this in lections, workshops, conferences, but even open competitions or biennales for this subject, because this is an international focus today, not only a focus that remains within in a conference like this, within the limits of conference like this. In fact, concerning the sustainable buildings, focused in the development of the towns and the tourism, we still have not the awareness of what role the architects play to this aspect. Actually, the architecture is not only a profession that has to solve some needs. Today it's not only a shelter, the architecture is not an issue of shelter, but this profession today must be an entity very responsible, that has the greatest responsibility, social one and public one, toward the sustainability of the buildings and of the investments that take part in the cities and the development of the cities. When we concept the development of a city or the dynamic of the metropolis, we connect it with banks, high buildings, corporations there, but we forget that it's not this the city. It's the health, it's the life, the vitality of human beings. And this means that we must be coherent to connect the problems, our problems, with the reality, and to invest toward the future. Because the vision of the development of a city beyond the buildings has to do with the future. It doesn't have to do only with today. The challenge faced by the architects, in fact, it's a challenge that is in everyday basis, because we face a market which has interest of existence connected to economy, and practically all of us facing, let's say, in a fight. We can call it a fight, an everyday fight in this aspect. Today, the architectonic opinion is in different levels. There are a lot of opinions, but of course, to go out of the current or of the rules that follow exactly those relations, client, economic and financial interests, it's something not so easy. It takes you to limitations, which are limitations, existential ones, and this is very difficult. But we must not forget that the subject of sustainability or the climate issue and protection of the environment or interception of the space and nature within inside our cities or our habitats, and not, let's say, not destroying the nature and in our habitats. It's a fight. Sorry, it's not only of the recent years, but it's not that it's just actual with the Albanian environment. We feel it more here in our country because Albania is developing. Even Kosovo, maybe I must not separate. Even Kosovo, they are developing with fast rhythms of transformation. We must not forget that since 2018 and even during the pandemic, these subjects were touched for a long time, and the main focus was the sustainability and the investment toward the protection of the environment. But there was an increase of awareness, extreme one. Although they say that the architects' world has developed very slowly the opinion to this aspect, actually there was a global increase of awareness, conscious in the United States of America, and a special relation with most famous architects which are practicing in Europe, to organize platforms and master plans, not only in regional level, but even in the world level, toward the protection and sustainable development, because I cannot divide this the one from the other. It has to do with the protection of life, and not only this, but quoting that practically only the construction, the building, they have the 40% of the emission of CO2 in the atmosphere. We must not forget this is a production that exists in Albania, and much more in Albania. I can mention another fact. I have mentioned it before. In China, up to 2016, if I'm not wrong, in the three recent years, at that time, before the pandemic, more concrete was bought, more cement and concrete than it was spent in the continuous 100 years in the American continent. That's why we speak about dramatic pollution in the environment, but as well an increase of awareness in the aspect of architecture. In 2020, if I'm not wrong, even the President of the European Commission, she was lobbying toward the increase of the structuring of another opinion, of another way of thinking, philosophy in the implementing of sustainable buildings, and even in lobbying in a new school, buy a house, a new platform evoking the famous school of 20s, connected to issues of sustainable buildings, and exactly with this issue that we are touching today. So increase of awareness is of a global level. There are debates practically in the architectural world without limit. Those must be seen in global or regional level. This is the question. There are architects contemporary that of our age that we feel even proud about the time we are living, because an old way of thinking was changed, was broken. Wright used to say that architecture is the mother of every art. Well, thinking of this today is practically not honest anymore. Today, architecture in this aspect is returning almost to a scientific profession, because it needs deepening in education, which has to do with protection of life, protection of the environment, protection of habitats, ecosystems, protection of that natural landscape that we have, and giving space to those habitats that we build in the nature. This is our challenge.
Actually, it's really true, not because of architecture as a profession. I'm also an architect, but one of the biggest architects said that architecture is art, science, and technique, and it's unifying these aspects of professions. However, the governance and the builders, the constructors, the professionals, we are the architects of our life. So life we are living and the life we're leaving behind. I would go back now to Marieta Paiaziti. Seen from the looking at your bio, I want to stop with you at the latest global development regarding the energy. I saw you had a very rich background. Besides the position you have in the association you participate, I'm interested in the latest global developments, since we are looking at the historical development of energy up to today. What can you say us today? Thanks at the beginning for your invitation to represent the first association of women on energy, not only in Kosovo but also in the region. And for the necessity and for the need of such associations, it looks like it's not very much needed, because I see the panel is full of successful women. I want to go back to my focus to my energy sector, which is appreciated as one of the services which is related to all the process of life. Initially, every person, by beginning his day, he should think and promise for a case which is a danger of our the everyday life, to protect our planet, the environment, to increase the efficiency of this subject or services that we use in our daily life. Regarding the sustainability, which was used very much today as a term, as is part of the every life process, I would not divide it separated from the trustworthy. We should associate this sustainability with the trustworthiness of products and services which we use every day and consume. Looking from the aspect of the energy sector and global crisis on energy, which has touched not only our countries but also globally, influenced by the war in Ukraine and the decrease of raw materials on energy, the idea of all the countries which they think to progress in organizing the strategies and the policies for the future, it is orientation towards the renewable energy sources, which are guarantees for environment protection. As also in Kosovo, for the moment, we are advocating big in saving the energy and in the efficiency of energy. Of course, undoubtedly, a big factor is women in this enterprise, as through our association and activities, we are raising our voice to increase the awareness of the women and to increase the requirements for institutions, as like, for example, the banks systems, to offer us better conditions when we want to buy energy efficient tools or equipments, while we should keep in mind that in Kosovo the winter is more stronger, more cold. So lately the government brought up some decisions which we are beginning to implement. The temperature, the lowest temperature in the public spaces, and then the stopping of the lighting after the working time, and many other measures which are part of the energy saving strategy. So which means we are preparing for a winter which would be different from previous ones. The fact that we went through a very difficult time of war and post-war. After the war, we found electroenergetic system destroyed, and we now have to go back through another approach from another need to save that energy that we generate and we possess. Regarding the capacities, coal is dominant in producing energy. In Kosovo, we don't have enough capacities of hydropower production, and the latest guidance is on solar panels and air mills, and we are thinking also about the pumping system in heating, common heating, the central heating systems, which is derived from steam from the generators of thermocentral of Kosovo. We are preparing for a scenario with negative nostalgia from the experience we experienced before. We are passing through the winter with candles and especially in collective buildings where you have the energy cuts, and then after the energy cuts, your where the equipment are broken. So if we have interruption of energy, but we're hoping, however, that everyone will be aware, will to have a plan to save the energy and to share the strategically the priorities of the energy use, so that we can overcome this winter as easy as possible. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to add a general question by stopping to the words we said before regarding the regulations for energy efficiency. Indeed, Albania from 2020, if I'm not wrong, has included in their legal basis as before having a permission of construction, you should apply also for the report of the energy efficiency of these premises. Which are the conditions of Kosovo regarding this? A bit before was mentioned, it was drafted such a regulation, but it was concluded or not. And beginning with the Albanian example, that is heading towards a fixed parameters, standard parameters, do you think that maybe there should not be standardized parameters because every building is in a different geographic condition and has a different function? Thank you. Yes, I mentioned earlier that we have started to draft a regulation of energy efficiency on the buildings. Regarding the position of the buildings, of course, it's different and it varies by the temperature and the highness. I don't know the technical details because I cover more the environmental area, but I know that soon the buildings in Kosovo will be certified based on their energy efficiency. Up to today, we didn't have this standard. It will be placed in place, and as I said earlier, we have about 40% of the energy which get lost as a result the low efficiency of the building regarding the energy. So that's why I believe that the professionals of this area have well thought about this, and the moment we'll have the regulation on energy efficiency, I can give more details. Maybe Arieta was involved in the drafting of this or part of the working group for this regulation. Maybe she knows about the technicalities, but on the side of the regulation, we are working on it. Yes, I was part of the working group in the Ministry of Economy. Now is depending on the and we finished the draft document. We are waiting for the approval. All of this is as the outcome of a long-term strategy of energy in Kosovo, which was not yet approved, but it was published, it was made public, and it was shared with everyone, and we as women of energy were part of these changes. I want to use this occasion to mention that from less than 10% of women that are working in the energy sector in Kosovo, with a new strategy from the 9-year period, it was planned that we can arrive to 25% of the employees in the sector of energy to be women by erasing the boundary between professions, masculine male professions and women professions. And for this, the digitalization, automatization of the working process has helped a lot, since it's not important if it's fingers of a man or a woman in an equipment, because the equipment itself is really smart, so it can be used by anyone. I would be curious to know if this regulation is based only on some technicalities in the level of a building, or it goes beyond the levels of a building. It goes to a spatial level, or let's say aerial level. I don't know about this. It's a matter of architects. I said before that many technical issues Most of them are covered by the Ministry of Economy, and Arieta said that they made the strategy for the energy, which is publicly debated and will be approved soon. So that's why they are related to each other. And for details, I'm not cannot tell a lot. I'm very sorry about that. I don't have this information. It's a pleasure that I listen to, and I hear that is an initiative to be taken, especially in the phases of drafting the regulation, to take into consideration the remarks of what went wrong in Albania, because our regulations are focused only on the construction object, but we should focus also on the space and the object. We have this handicap in our legal framework, so it's good to be avoided in the Kosovo legislation. Because this is a problem that practically the laws, which are functioning very well in some countries which are part of the European Union, they are implemented in Albania without being put in a concrete, realistic circumstances. It's different. Tirana is different in the center and its suburbs because of the intensity of the construction of the buildings, but it's different for the structures which are residential ones with another intensity, with another geographic position. In the Alps of Albania, or even in the coast of Albania, south coast. We are talking about sustainability in tourism, so we should start to think not only about the coastal line in the south, but we should, which is the focus of investment today, but it's normal that we should think about the tourism which is related to the concept of sustainability, the eco-friendly tourism, which is the whole routine that tourists are doing today. They are not heading towards the coast of the metropolitan cities, but they are heading towards the mountains and the alpinism, hiking, or following the nature about days. The law has these handicaps, but maybe you as academics, as a group of academics, and also us as a professionals, associations, we should make an expertise on these issues. It's true that if I can add something related to the topic that the colleague expanded on, it's true that some of the models that it's incorporating very well the model of the sustainable development is what we call agritourism, or farms, natural farms, biofarms, which are developing not only culinary slow food, which is one of the main trends today, but the agritourism poles are well defined in that form that they can use local products, they can be incorporated within the nature where they are being set up, but by displaying the tradition of the elements of the area, but also bringing it in a more advanced model and much more friendly and welcoming, harmonized in this way. They are much more friendly, either with the environment or nature, and much more close to the tourism, because their experience in this format is more in touch with the locality, where they came to follow their interest, and this is more developed in what we call the thematic tourism, like in this case, but also with the adventure tourism, the tourism, sports tourism, active tourism in a way. So today, more and more, tourism is not only staying up to the in the coast yard for a long time, in the beach, but having during the touristic season, but it's distributed in other new destinations which are developing potential, which up to today we have been known, but we did not now brought into a new, a more attractive, more sustainable format, because they are developed where they belong to the nature where they come from, like food products or traditional products. then they are in integrity with all our all other interests.
Now, the sustainable tourism concept, if we take the experience of Western countries, we see that this development of tourism, the rise of the tourism for a long time is often faced with a balance that created, or disbalance, impact created by this in the ecosystem. Which are the measures taken by the Ministry of Tourism or even the Ministry of Environment to prevent and to foresee the not so good examples from the increase in such a figure of tourism? It is true, even in the meetings, especially international ones, it's one of the moments when we stress the more traditional tourism, the classical one, when the tourists, they go to the metropolis of the Europe, they go all together in the areas to visit the museum, or they stay in the touristic areas, and this has become a problem. Today we don't ask only the tourists to come and to cover the wastes and the other things by the cost he has to pay. We don't want this to come back as a boomerang in our areas. Like Venice, due to the tax or reducing the number of tourists, they have increased the taxes. Some of the metropolis, main cities, Barcelona as well. And they have set even some neutral areas, protected zones. In Sicily, they are limiting the zone where all the tourists could go and where the number was big, and they were the main spots for the taking pictures, etc. Today, we are looking forward so that some areas, some resources of the area must be protected to return again to normality, to their own nature, within their own nature, in order not to have impact from other external factors. So measures are taken, and this is the focus of the diversity offered by tourism today, research, searching the new destinations. Coming back to the Albanian reality, taking in view, in the point of view of the foreigners choosing Albania for a lot of reasons, to develop their forums, meetings, reflections, or other possibilities, not only tourists, they come to organize conferences, but in some time they give days or time for exploring tourism. And now we can face certain problems which we were waiting or not waiting, because still Albania is a new destination for them. Although their expectations they could read or they have learned, Albania today offers surprises during all the time. And luckily, the diversity of our terrain and the urban development, sometimes contradictory but even sometimes natural, it gives them an atmosphere much more interesting and exotic compared to other countries which are well organized with their own good systems, and they know very well what they expect to see and what culture and what they are going to see there. In this moment, Albania is a non-explored destination, and yet the pandemic showed us that beside the movement inside Albania, it was a moment to explore, when it was impossible to go abroad. So all of us, we still, even we don't know all the diversity, all the new routes of tourism within Albania. This is the moment we must develop, not only the coastline tourism, where was the focus and the stream of all the visitors, of tourists, but even other specialties, gastronomical, cultural, heritage, etc., which they give the possibility. Cycling is one of the trends that Albania is attempting to be a route, an itinerary for the races in cycling or such challenges or motorcycles of all the sports, alternative sports that can be implemented, developed in Albania. I believe that it has to do with your question, yeah. Thank you for the recommendation for the efficiency of energy, because as we will address, and it's good when we exchange the best practices or even the bad practices between countries. We have to take in mind not to do the same mistake as, let's say, like you, and to have a document or a regulation inclusive of all the characteristics of the buildings or constructions in different heights and different localities. Kosovo, as a country as well, has a lot of resources, natural ones, but in promoting tourism and this heritage, natural heritage, Albania has started some time ago and makes the promotion very well. Kosovo has some beautiful mountains. We have the cursed mountains and the mountains of Shari. These are pearls, gems of the nature. They are very beautiful, and both of them are protected in the second category as national parks. Unfortunately, from them, this park of Cursed Mountain, we don't have a park there, and we are speaking from 2012 when it was declared a national park for different reasons. We don't have a spatial plan, and we know that in this plan we can define all the zones within the park, including the first zone, which is strictly forbidden, the second one, which is a forestry, where activities are allowed, agriculture, stock, and the third one, the development place, a space where even construction can be developed. We are finalizing the final draft now about this national park, and we believe very soon it will pass from the government, it will be approved in the government and in the parliament, and when we will have this plan, attached to this, we will have even a managerial plan, having in mind that the number is very small of the employees, of the staff. We have guards, we have a small number of guards, and we have an administration with a small number of public workers. We have to invest in this direction, and this government has the focus in the development of tourism. The ministry is working toward the strategy for tourism, and all these areas will be destiny to decide which one will be further developed, what kind of material for building we can use, what is the criteria for construction, and all the characteristics are foreseen in the spatial plan and management plan. I believe that we are in a good phase now, because even the attention of the government has returned to the promotion of these values. And I hope that after some years we too will have a ski track, because we have even other foreign investors which are interested to invest in the mountains. Ecotourism, we have it in Kosovo as well. There are family economies, and they have started to promote the traditional food and the culture of the area, the kitchen. Up to a point, we need the support and enhance from the central level. The Prime Minister has declared the green card for the commune, where all the communes of the Kosovo Republic will be, let's say, partners, and will have the possibility to apply to different projects to implement the green agenda of the Western Balkans with different projects where we have even tourism, which lately we see the interest of the chairmen of the communes, which cover not only the national parks but even the cultural buildings. We have the Mirusha Fall, we have the Gardina Spile, we have the Marsh of Spilezi. They can be promoted, and they bring profit, economical one, for the government, state of Kosovo. Question regarding the maintenance. We build drafts, strategies, laws. We receive experiences from international level. In the point of view, I believe even of other colleagues, I speak about Albania after 90, the aspect of maintaining. We speak about methods of energy, construction materials. When we go to the implementation, we discuss how sustainable is this, because let's say this has this price compared to the other. We have forgotten, in my point of view, I don't know if I'm wrong, and we can discuss this. When we draft the strategical plans, when we prepare the legal basis, one of this chapter is the maintenance. Which part of your strategies in national, international level or local level and national level is based on the experiences, international ones, that have as criterion for these laws of the maintenance. Anything is drafted as an aspect of strategy and legislation must be approached to the standards and the aims and the objectives of the European Union, but we have to standardize and to see the real situation of how it is in the state level, and not always to manage to achieve the tourism of Switzerland. In the phases where we cannot achieve at that level. And all these are taken in account when we draft the laws, and we have even external foreign experts. They take part in the drafting. Sometimes the implementation is that is stuck and is not in the necessary level, in the expected level. But when we go to the implementation, then we stuck. We don't have the managerial staff, the inspectors, continuous controls, and we have to invest a lot, not only to the education and the increase of awareness of the citizens, but even in the increase of human capacities in different fields, which will assist in the implementation of all these strategies. And actually, yeah, it's true. If we can discuss with Mati when we come to the phases of the implementation of a project in an urban level or constructional level, one of the questions that goes is the cost, the time limits as well. A sustainable building is not only to be efficient in the span of time, but a sustainable building is based in the methods of construction. How ready are the Albanian builders, constructors to implement, to get adapted with the new materials, new methods? But of course they have a cost, a price, a higher one. Actually the constructions, sustainable constructions, they have to do a lot with the material. The materials might be recyclable ones, they must be authentic, they have to be according to the environment where they live, to the climate. So if you use materials which are authentic by the country, they are more resistant. They have been in our territory for centuries, let's say. So the question is, we faced two challenges. The first one was the earthquake, that it set us in front of responsibility, and the other one is climate emergency. It's not only Albania. If the implementers, the developers in all the world, they are in front of the climate change, we have been even the challenge of the earthquake. After the earthquake, we discussed about movable foundations, as were discussed in Japan, which had to be in slides away from the resonance from the earthquake, and we understood that we were not ready, practically, the Albanian developers. This method is starting to be applied in a building complex which is very near the Sheraton Hotel, but I am not sure again. But I think that the constructors that try to implement such kind of practice, let's say, in construction. While concerning the issues that has to do with the application of sustainable architecture, what I have seen, at least in the recent 2 years, was the fact the foreign architects, let's say that they are practicing their residence in Albania, they are trying in this direction, and I'm not speaking only for Boer with the vertical, because it was implemented by Bordeaux, but I have seen 2 trials that are under implementation in the south of Albania, and they have the focus exactly with recycled materials, wood, eco-friendly, involvement of nature, and this then remains an issue of the culture, because a foreign architect that carries world success, he is imposed in a different manner to an Albanian developer compared to an Albanian architect. So in a way, this polarization, because it is not democratic environment, this environment ours. So this makes the developers more distant from the implementation of such kind of architecture, because this is under condition for a constructor. You set him conditions that he must use such kind of materials. You codify the project. These materials can have a higher cost. They can have a time limit of processing, a different one, in the long term compared to what the market has. But this can be an architecture that can be experimental from the way of approach, visual one, implementing the materials. I believe that practically even the world has moved slowly, and we are moving slowly. So if the world today, they live in this century, 2022, we are always 2 decades behind, or maybe more, even in the way we make architecture. It is not that I don't want to be enthusiastic, because practically in any way it is an achievement in a lot of cities. So our cities have changed, but Annie mentioned from the beginning, it's not important just to implement sustainability, visual sustainability, in what we call urban silhouette. The sustainability has to do with that not only within the building, but it's the knot of the habitat built around the building, the recreational sites, and practically this is even a part, in internal part. We are interested for everything happening in the cell and in the city. And we can bring in attention concerning the thermal stress that came from the heating wave in 2008, 2004, in the summer that we passed in Europe, and by the end of September, still it's hot weather, even in some countries of Europe. The climate change, the new materials, new laws, they must be mixed with each other in order to have a sustainable life. A space cannot be vital if it is not comfort in all the aspects. One of the criteria to attract funds, international ones, is the criterion of how sustainable it is. This term, sustainability, not always connected with the definition green. It is not only this, it's sustainability in all the points of view. How ready we are, Albania and Kosovo, to fulfill this criteria in order that institutions like universities, non-governmental organizations to apply and to retrieve funds in order to achieve sustainable buildings, energy, environment. How ready are we? Because projects like Horizon 2020 or other projects, different ones, one of the criteria is the sustainability.
Again, I will impose from my background as an energy expert. Of course, because also the natural phenomena bring energy. So, because of my background, professional background as an engineer, electrical engineer, I will have to emphasize sustainability and responsibility. Because we are lucky, we are within the funds of the Balkans, including the region countries. We are lucky to have the ready programs, international programs that are helping us in this way, in this road. They are passing on their best practices to us, which are being implemented in the countries that we are alike, and in our organization and in this living space. As the professor said, Ivazi said, in the morning session, many such centers for efficiency are certifying and are raising capacities in intensive courses, very practical ones, then are certified people as energy auditors, especially supported by the German government. At the beginning was through GIZ program, and then US aid, which we in Kosovo are calling them USID, because it's really an idea of US government, which with all of these programs which are supporting each other or sustaining each other, and ensuring the supply of energy, and together with the institution of the country, public institutions of the country, are programming in detail and planning in detail and implementing in detail. That's why I say sustainability. Each of the requests of the public institutions or of the NGOs, as we are, AVEX, the initial point is a project proposal or a request that we should present in that way that it can be realizable, and it can guarantee a sustainability to them. This automatically increases the trustworthiness of our requirements or requests. When we implement those projects, a reflection of its projects, it's an added value to the system, to our system in Kosovo, and especially the specific requirements of each field. I want to go back to tourism in the aspect of energy. As a sector, tourism, in time of green transition of energy, should be classified in the systems which begin with agro-businesses, which are in the transition days, energy transition days, should be completed with photovoltaic panels, solar panels, so from the production of their food. So when you see their necessity is when replacing the energy for supplying the water pumps for the irrigation, and then in the case of conserving the food, especially for example, we have the example of Krusha women which have no husband and children, who have in a whole village without parents during the war with the Krusha massacre. You saw about the movies Joy, which went to Oscar. It is a reflection of women which in their most difficult moments of their life, when they were young and without husband, they begin to work what the environment left them with, and with what they knew to do the best. What their workshops, supported by the international programs, have covered them with solar panels. So the supply for cooling their food, for lighting their food, they are self-generating it. And later on, in the next stages, where we can go to the gastronomic field, the efficient equipment that save energy, and the water, hot water, which can be acquired through the solar panels, until the full sector of Horeca. There are some simple things which, with the intervention in each of them, we can achieve a big effect. We have the MCC program through the Threshold program, which was we had $29 billion. A lot of support and subventions, sponsorization for women, which are enterprising women, including other energy efficient equipment, which have. We have a new program of MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporations, which for our good fortune, we have been so trustworthy in our requirement and application, so we have acquired donation, sponsorization more than 200 million, I don't know, euros, I believe. So they see we are very serious, and because of the orientation on women in all of these application professions, and also in generating new capacities, energy capacities through these renewable sources, since always all over the world the women are dominating in this aspect. So even women should think about and should work with renewable energy. I don't know if there are questions from the audience. But I believe the conclusions of this panel is that we are ready, no? Okay, I want to thank you. I want to thank Blerta especially, that also Matilda, which is my friend of heart. I have 3 more friends now, new friends now, through this panel in my circle of societal circle. Thank you for being present. Very big thanks from us, for all the people who were present in the audience, those who were in the audience, those who responded positively to the panels of discussion. It was a long day. We discussed almost at least we touched every subject that has to do with sustainable development, either from the aspect of policy making, the academic aspect viewpoint, or from the industry viewpoint. We talked a lot about education, we talked about raising awareness and raising capacities, human capacities in our institutions. We spoke about cooperation between the policy making and the academia, when why not we can form the famous triangle and successful triangle tried in other industries among politics, academics, and industry. That means private companies or private societies. We had the occasion to see the correct practices with correct data from our cooperators and collaborators. I want to thank Alumil and Sangoben that supported unreservedly this energy event in Albania. Let's look forward to have future cooperations and to push forward this subject where it should be, where it belongs. And I'm very happy. I want that most of the panels were made of successful women in their own respective areas, and I believe that we will be more noisy and more we will be heard until we can influence the decision-making bodies either locally, centrally, and why not of private investors and closer family circle, how we use energy. Thank you very much again, and I wish you success in your respective fields of work and engagement. Thank you.